never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We all set? Welcome in, welcome aboard. Here comes a Monday. Yeah, another weekend in the books already. What are we looking at? 15th day of February coming on. That's what we'll be working our way into. Hope you had a good weekend. Sorry to close it out, but yeah, they go by so quickly, don't they? Boy, where do we begin? In all the years I've been in the broadcast biz and, of course, doing trucking radio, covering what's going on with weather around the country. Yeah, we've talked about some big storms. We've had big summertime, severe weather outbreaks. But it's been a long, long time since I've seen a weather map looking like what we're seeing tonight with winter storm warnings stretching from New Mexico to New England. And this is going to be a 1-2 punch as we made our way through the latter portions of the weekend. This thing started out dumping heavy snows in the Pacific Northwest, where there are also severe winter storm warnings and weather advisories still impacting much of Washington, Oregon, western portions of Idaho. That's for the next system that's going to be dropping in right behind the system that we're talking about as we get the new week underway. The impacts are going to be widespread through a large swath of the country. Like I said, I don't recall seeing this much real estate under winter storm warnings, and the accumulation in some areas is going to be incredible. There's also going to be a significant ice side of this storm, a.k.a. ice storm warnings are in place on the eastern edge of this massive system. Let's start things off there on a Monday with just that. A look at our travelers' weather around the country. I'm going to do my best to keep everyone up to speed what's going on. Aside from the wintry precip, there's also the Arctic air that has been sweeping in. We are looking at overnight temperatures in the Dallas area dropping to 12 below zero, if you could imagine that. And when I linked up a post from the National Weather Service earlier this past afternoon via my Facebook page, and I simply said, wow, talk about a big storm. I don't recall. When is the last time we've seen winter storm warnings as far south as Brownsville, Texas? Yeah, they're looking at snow falling in northern Mexico with this system. You have essentially the southern half of New Mexico under winter storm warnings. Pretty much the entire state of Texas. The exception would be the Texas Panhandle region. Then you've got the eastern two-thirds of Oklahoma. Practically the entirety of the state of Louisiana. The only areas that might see more rain versus frozen precip is going to be places like New Orleans. But Lake Charles, you're going to be in the snow. On up to the east and to the north, you've got the pretty much the entire state of Mississippi, western half of Alabama, western two-thirds of Tennessee, all of Arkansas, southern Missouri, Kentucky, southern half of Illinois, the entirety of the states of Indiana, Ohio, western Pennsylvania, much of New York. The only areas that aren't showing winter storm warnings in New York are the areas that are under winter storm watches. Then you also have ice storm warnings over eastern portions of Pennsylvania, southern portions of New York. Looks like Philadelphia may very well be in the ice storm warning side of this system. Just incredible. So with these warnings in effect, it's time to hunker down. I know that the grocery store chains through so much of the country have just been gangbuster packed as areas prepare for this 1-2 punch, major, significant accumulations. Through the day today, Monday, many southern cities that are not accustomed to snow or ice or bitterly cold conditions, you're in the bullseye for some of the worst impacts of this system. Snow was already spreading across the plains prior to the sunup on Sunday. Amarillo, Texas, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas had already been reporting flakes in the area. As of early Sunday afternoon, over 58,000 customers were already without power in Texas. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has actually issued a state of emergency across the entire state with this storm. He's requested federal emergency declaration from the White House to make some additional resources available for those areas impacted by this event. Now, if you can only imagine in the deep South like that, where you're not really accustomed to the cold, imagine being without power and temperatures dropping below zero. It's going to get real cold real fast for a lot of people. Every part of the state, they tell us, will face freezing conditions over the coming days. The governor says, I urge Texans remain vigilant against this extremely harsh weather. Stay off the roads. Take steps to conserve energy. Yes, there are widespread areas in the Deep South where they're actually pleading with customers to conserve energy right now. Avoid the practices like bringing generators indoors or heating your home with ovens or stovetops. Texas and Oklahoma have already seen their fair share of winter weather so far this season. However, none of the preceding storms had cold that we're going to be contending with this kind of a magnitude along with the snow and ice. This, they're saying, is they're using the word historic, a once-in-a-generation type event when you factor in the brutal cold conditions. Life-threatening cold is an additional risk with this storm. If you become stranded on snowy or icy roads, you may find yourself in a dangerous situation. The wind chill factors in some areas may be in the single digits or even below zero for 12 hours or more. And that's a big concern for anyone that's not prepared for cold of this magnitude. The colds also help to keep any ice and snow around for several days. It's not going to be melting, as would typically be the case in the deep south. Most of the time, if you get a snow or an ice event in a place like Dallas, normally within 24 hours, the temperatures bounce back and everything starts melting away. That's not going to be the case. This storm will feature an expansive swath of snowfall at or above a half a foot, and that's on the lighter side for some areas. Lubbock, Fort Worth, Wichita Falls, all cities in the Lone Star State expected to really pile up the snow further to the north. Places like Oklahoma City, Tulsa, even Wichita. You can also plan on some hefty snowfall totals. The strength and the magnitude of the cold is going to press literally all the way to the Gulf of Mexico early this week. Houston, you want to prepare for a difficult commute Monday morning. You've seen some rain that's transitioning over to freezing rain, sleet, and maybe some snowflakes during the overnight hours tonight. Further inland, College Station in Austin, Texas, you'll experience a transition to that wintry precip, resulting in higher chances for accumulation. It should have already probably transferred over there. But on into the day today, that swath of snow and ice begins to clear out of parts of Texas and Oklahoma from west to east. Although conditions will dry out, the low temperatures, that's going to continue to pose the threat. Many homes across the South are not well insulated compared to homes further north. And that can, we're going to see a lot of issues. People with bursting pipes, probably water main breaks. In order to minimize that, the recommendation, turn your indoor faucets just to a drip, a light but steady drip of water. And that constant flow can help prevent freezing of your pipes. May end up saving you on an insurance call. Next in line for accumulating snow and ice during the day Monday will once again include many cities not accustomed to wintry weather. Places like Monroe and Shreveport, Louisiana, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, all going to pick up at least a few inches of snow. This storm's going to spread further north across a majority of the Tennessee and Ohio River valleys, bringing heavy snow, as well as dangerous icing from Nashville to Indianapolis. Travel along the I-65 corridor may very well be treacherous for both the morning and the evening commute today. From there, the storm continues that cross-country trek, expanding into the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and on up into New England early this week. And as I mentioned at the onset, that's pretty much just system number one, which will be closely followed right on the heels following this early week snow and ice. The next round of wintry weather reaches parts of, again, northern Texas and Oklahoma as early as Tuesday afternoon. You're going to have a small window of opportunity to get out there and clean up. Through Tuesday night, snow is expected to expand across the region once again, through much of southern Missouri and Arkansas, with the icy scenario beginning in central Texas. Several inches of snow for northern Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. In some places, another over half a foot of fresh snow will be falling by Wednesday evening. And again, with the brutal cold in place, much of the plains through the middle of this week, that snow's going to stick around. That means the fresh snow is going to be falling on what would be probably an icy layer of partially melted snow. That sneaky layer of ice under the new snow could be a real danger for slipping and falling with residents trying to remove the new snow. It looks like the stripe of heaviest snow should be on the northern side of this next storm, and that's going to take aim for parts of the Ohio Valley through probably Thursday and Thursday night. Areas with the heaviest accumulation, AccuWeather is telling us we could see 24-inch snowfalls for some. That's right, 2 feet on top of what you get with your first system. Just like this first storm, the new storm's going to interact with enough cold air to bring another swath of ice on the southern side of the storm. Places from eastern Texas to southern Ohio can expect at least a brief glaze of ice. Some spots may have a whole lot more. So you put this all together, and it's once again going to be ensnarling air traffic and road travel across the region. Portions of I-30, 35, 40, 55 likely to be coated in snow and ice by midweek. After this early week storm wraps up in the Northeast, that next system is then poised to follow in probably about 48 hours later. Back-to-back punches from Old Man Winter, as we can officially say February has already been brutal for much of the country, and it's not going to let up anytime soon. Now, I mentioned pleading with some of the customers out there to conserve energy. 3 of the largest electricity providers in the Ozarks region asking customers to conserve energy when possible due to a limited supply of natural gas with this frigid weather. Liberty Utilities has now followed Springfield City Utilities and White River Valley Electric Company with this request this past afternoon. They're saying natural gas has reached peak demand with this cold snap. Natural gas wells are freezing in southwestern Missouri, which is leading to limited supplies. It's an unprecedented weather event that's impacting not only all of our customers, but natural gas utility companies throughout the Midwest. According to the CEO of City Utilities out of Springfield, our priority with every service we provide is to keep our customers safe and ensure that we're doing all we can during this severe weather event. Electricity providers across the Midwest are looking at an unprecedented demand on the power grid due to these extreme weather conditions and skyrocketing natural gas prices, according to White River Valley Electric Company. We know that conserving energy is not convenient. We apologize for that. We're grateful for customers for their help in reducing their consumption, but this is going to help us maintain service to homes, businesses, and critical facilities throughout this exceptional weather event. Crews are working round the clock to keep the system operating. We will continue to provide updates throughout this event. Here's some of the recommendations to help conserve energy. Turn down your thermostat at least 2 degrees from your normal setting. They're suggesting 68 degrees, the suggested average setting. Limit your use of natural gas fireplaces. Limit your use of plug-in electric space heaters. Turn down the temperature setting on the water heater. And look for other opportunities in the home to maybe lessen the use of electricity and natural gas during this relatively, they hope, short period of time. Now, White River Valley Electric is specifically asking customers to reduce their usage during the peak hours between 6 and 10 a.m. and then 4 to 8 p.m. And they also offer tips for Branson customers to reduce electricity. Pretty much all the same things. You use the space heaters sparingly. You seal around drafty doors and windows. Change your furnace filters. Turn down the thermostats on the water heaters. Turn off your lights. Unplug the small appliances that you're not using. I mean, Liberty Utilities is asking people to turn their thermostats all the way down to 65. Customers who are elderly or have medical conditions complicated by the cold should not lower their thermostat. Turn off or unplug your computers, monitors, chargers, printers, or television when you're not using them. Obviously, turn off non-essential lights and postpone any non-essential energy usage. think we've got a plea out of the state of Texas, pretty much right along the same lines for the entire state of Texas, because they're dealing with cold that is almost unprecedented there. Once in a century kind of system. As the wintry weather began to unfold Sunday in Oklahoma, yeah, we've seen a number of these sort of events in recent days. The carnage that occurred in Fort Worth last Thursday morning, recall 133 vehicles involved, 6 fatalities, numerous injuries, some critical. A major Oklahoma interstate was shut down much of the day as the wintry weather began to unfold. The pileup started about 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon on the Turner Turnpike, northeast of Oklahoma City. Authorities say crashes have occurred in both the east and the westbound direction at about the 139-mile marker. KOCO, at least 6 vehicles in the crash that occurred on the westbound lanes. Several semis involved in that pileup. The exact number not clear. At least 3 semis involved in the pileup caught fire in that crash. Injuries were reported, not clear how many people were injured. Yeah, you had low visibility with the blowing and the drifting snow at the time of the crash. According to the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, westbound traffic was being diverted to the Kickapoo Turnpike. Eastbound traffic was being diverted to I-35. I haven't seen an update. I would assume by this point in time things have reopened there. But they were anticipating a very lengthy closure along the interstate there in Oklahoma. And I have a sneaky suspicion we're going to be seeing more of those sort of events. You're going to have to slow it down. There's going to be, I say there's going to be a lot of late freight. There's going to be freight that just isn't going to get there anywhere near on time this week with this back-to-back punch from Old Man Winter. Now, let me flip over to the radar scene, and we're looking at snow falling from southern portions of Michigan. Not much happening in Wisconsin or Minnesota. You've got some snow shower, a line of snow now expanding through northern Indiana, from northeast to southwest, back into southern portions of Missouri, on over toward Oklahoma City, still seeing some light snow. The icy scenario stretching from about the Houston area, looks like east of Dallas. You see some of that icy mix. Northern Mississippi, western Tennessee, including the Memphis area, and on up into the Nashville area. You're in the freezing rain, sleet, mixed bag right now. I know the Nashville forecast is for, once the transition from ice to snow occurs, they're anticipating 5 to 7 inches of snow, even in the Nashville area. So it's going to be a crazy, crazy couple of days as we get this new week underway. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Good night for you out there to help us out and help our listening friends to advise us what's going on as far as travel conditions are concerned. I'm going to flip over to the email bag here. All right, I know they've been talking for several weeks. People asking about, are you going to have the stream on the website, the Overnight Drive Radio, and apparently that is up and running. For those drivers that have been asking about, is there a way I can listen via my smartphone without having the screen lit up like you have to have with YouTube or Facebook? Okay, there's the answer. Kyle says it's working great. If you want to listen without the screen lit up in your truck, on your smartphone, go to the overnightdriveradio.com. You can scroll down and start the live stream player, and then just lock the phone, which means the screen will go blank. The audio will still play. And it even has playback controls on the lock screen. So it's great for the truck drivers that maybe want their screen to be off out there. So there you go. I think Josh came in and did a little test on that, just got that up and running here tonight. Let's see. Craig says, Steve, I heat with coal. I think I'm going to open up my air inlet and keep it nice and toasty. All right. Thank you, Craig. Yes. Yes. The governor told the residents of Texas about preparing for the severe weather. Yeah. The one thing he left out was make sure to wear your masks, because that's the most important thing on the list for our survival in this day and age. All right. Then I got an email from our friend Dean Michael, the tax doctor, our friend at Tax Help MD. And he was telling me I sent you an email recently, and I'll assume you didn't. He was asking about being on the show, and I thought, yeah, we've done that in the past. It's getting that time of year once again. Yeah, we're into the month of February. You should have received your 1099s or your W-2s and all your tax documents. But Dean says, apparently his email got hacked. Uh-oh. And the hackers messed up my account and apparently sent out some bogus emails to hundreds of my clients, he says. So we would ask if I could please share this with the listening audience. If you can please make an announcement on your show, letting my clients know my email was hacked. If you receive an email from me requesting documents to file this year's tax returns using something called Trust Fax, do not respond to it. You should delete the email immediately. This is what they call a phishing email that the hackers sent out using my email address. Several clients have contacted me regarding this bogus email. Some were actually trying to send me their W-2s and 1099s through that bogus email for 2020 tax preparation. Fortunately, the hackers' Trust Fax did not work properly, and the documents could not be sent, which prompted my clients to get a hold of me requesting another way to send the documents. I know the hackers were able to send out one email to a significant number of my clients before I was able to revoke their access to my account. However, I have no way of knowing who or how many clients actually received this bogus email. Therefore, I have no way of targeting which clients I should get a hold of to warn them about this. Now, I do know many of my clients are loyal listeners to your show, Steve. Therefore, if you please make an announcement telling them to disregard and delete this bogus email. Well, you got it, Dean. Anything to help. The hackers no longer have access to my account, and I've boosted security to make sure this never happens again. Now I just have to get the simple functions fixed, like the send and receive buttons, right? I hope to have that fixed no later than Monday. Thank you so much in advance for your help, and we look forward to being on your show whenever you're ready for me. So I will indeed be contacting Dean Michael, the tax doctor, taxhelpmd.com. But again, disregard that email. That's, this is the day and age. Hackers are constantly, and I guess that makes sense. You look at tax preparers, and I'm sure the likes of all the big box tax stores, Liberty, H&R, whatever it might be, they're constantly looking at ways to hack those systems to either steal W-2 information, 1099 information. There are millions, if not billions of dollars worth of tax filings on any given year where someone goes and logs in maybe to file their taxes only to find out, oh, my taxes have already been filed. Well, how'd that happen? That's because someone had somehow found access to their information, their tax information, and obviously, in most cases, they're looking to have that refund check sent to them rather than the person it was actually intended to go to. All right, we lines open things up here on a Monday around the country. It's 844-3388. 844-844-3388. And several other items under our industry headlines we like to touch on typically early in the show. I mentioned the crash that had occurred there in the Fort Worth area. How horrific was that? And I think it took him through most of the day Friday. That it took him all day Friday to bring the cranes in there to pull out these mangled cars and trucks. And in the wake of that deadly pileup, one Texas truck driver taking to social media, asking other drivers to please give the big rigs more room. Following the devastating pileup in Fort Worth that had killed 6 people, Texas driver Jose Ramirez delivering kind of a public service announcement to the motoring public. He says, for the next few days, please give us 18-wheelers plenty of space on the roads. It takes us a lot longer to stop. We don't want to crush you. Pass us when the roads are straight and safe. Try to stay away from us when there's a slight curve, especially when you're between those concrete walls. Roads right now are okay here and there, but with this impending winter storm, which it's underway now, and there's more to follow, please give the truck drivers plenty of road space. And in less than 2 days' time, that was shared nearly 55,000 times. A lot of people trying to share that message. Very good. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. And again, lines we're up and running here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Our number is 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we get the new week underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that they're pleading for people to do what they can to conserve energy. And in the state of Texas, they're telling us they very well could resort to some rolling blackouts, kind of like they do in California in recent years, when you've got the big wind events coming in. What do we see here from the state of Texas? Let me share the very latest. Conserve as much electricity as you can safely and reliably over the coming days. From the Electric Reliability Council of Texas. That's the agency that oversees the state's power grid. Officials there are concerned as these temperatures drop further, the grid's not going to be able to support the demand. Quote, there's certainly a possibility we could have to do rotating outages. We believe we may have to Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, that's a little more likely. Texas already seeing record-breaking demand. According to officials, if electric reserves drop below certain thresholds, they would be asking some of their regional providers like Encore and Reliant to turn off electricity to some neighborhoods for maybe up to 30 minutes. At the same time, the grid is experiencing higher than normal generation outages caused by frozen wind turbines, limited natural gas supplies, and individuals using it to heat their own homes. Well, get a load of that. About half the state's wind turbine capacity is not generating power right now. Many turbines have become frozen. Yeah, but the turbines are still producing more power than typically expected. Wind is putting more than we count on for the winter season. The turbines that are operating are producing more than normal. It's not certain whether there are plans to de-ice the turbines in parts of west and northwestern Texas. Doesn't that make you feel real good? We've been talking since Inauguration Day. Joe Biden is looking to pretty much decimate the fossil fuel industry. We're all going to rely on solar and wind power. But lo and behold, when it gets really cold, did you realize the wind turbines freeze up? Half the turbines in West Texas are not operating? With temperatures expected to drop to zero at times through Tuesday, demand on the grid is going to remain extremely high. Officials said later Sunday they may need to go into emergency operations, yes, starting this evening. At this point, rotating outages will be the last resort that we would have to take. This past evening, Southern Methodist University sent out an alert that school officials have been told to expect rotating outages of 15 minutes up to several times through Tuesday. They warned that following an outage, it would take up to 5 or more hours to restore full heat. Officials say they were notified by Encore about that possibility. Power reserves for the moment are fine, but they're concerned about the forecast. While our transmission and distribution system is prepared to handle the increased load, requests for conservation are a case of supply and demand. There may not be enough power generation to meet the high demand for electricity. Even taking small steps to reduce power can help your community. And pretty much like the other advisory over in the Ozarks region, they're specifically asking to reduce power usage during those hours of 6 to 10 p.m. and 5 to 9 a.m. over the next several days. Those are the hours when temperatures are coldest and demand for electricity is highest. All right, Governor Abbott, of course, again, issuing a declaration, emergency disaster declaration on Friday, and that's pretty unprecedented as well for all 254 counties in the state of Texas. The Texas State Operations Center is active 24 hours a day through the end of this week. The severity of this weather is unprecedented. People should be ready. There's over 3,000 troopers deployed in the state. National Guard will be assisting local law enforcement, performing welfare checks in some of our rural areas. Search and rescue teams are monitoring, and the Texas Forecast Service will be in place to deal with any downed trees and power lines to clear the roads. Do not bring generators inside your home, they say, and they should remain 30 feet away from your home. All right, so we're underway on a Monday. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. What's going on with Big Ed? Hello, Big Ed.
How you doing, Steve? I'm the first one out of the box.
Yes, you are.
Generate enough aggravated people, you'll get a bunch of calls tonight. Gee.
How about those wind turbines, Ed? What the hell? Did you realize that half of them aren't working in Texas?
No, I didn't. You know, and we got them all over central Oklahoma, and I know those in central Oklahoma, they feed the power grid in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken. Those wind turbines.
Okay.
But no, I had no clue. And they're supposed to be our damn saving grace. But if you will, let's go with the road conditions right quick, Steve, before I get into the meat of what I called about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like in Oklahoma today over on that turnpike. They had East Oklahoma City big time crashes and trucks catching on fire and traffic come to a gridlock stop. Basically, I don't know, that just people got too close, following too close, somebody slipped and boom, chain reaction.
Yep.
You know, just like down there in Texas, I don't like to critique anybody else's driving habits, or whether or not they think they're experts and should be out there on that damn road. I know my company that I work for, they sent us an email, shut us down. I've basically been shut down since Thursday night.
Really?
And yes. Did not want us running out there on the highways. Now, that's the southwest region that I'm running in. And they just flat said, shut it down. If you got a load, shut it down. If you're going after a load, don't go get it. Just stop in place and wait till you get the green light, which
wow.
I'm all for it. Ain't no business been out there on them roads like what's going on in Oklahoma and Texas, and what's going to be happening in Arkansas and Tennessee and up in your part of the country when you look at the swath of that storm. You know, I'm over in, I guess you would call it the southern Illinois area, just kind of 50 miles north of St. Louis in Illinois. And it ain't, too pretty over here either. So I don't know. I guess maybe they're going to have to do just a federally mandated to shut the interstates down, because when you look at everything that's going on in Oklahoma and even Texas, you question of who's making the decision for these guys to be out there on that darn road and what kind of freight they're hauling that necessitates for them to be out there. Don't you think?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, that was some of our discussion last week. At what point do you get to the point where it's time to pull over and kind of wait out the storm?
Yeah, me and Scott was talking today, old Demon, and I heard you bring that up about the CBs. Now I don't carry a CB in the truck. Man.
No?
I just go by a handheld. I don't know. I just, I don't know. I just don't feel like I got any use for one. Because, like I said, I'm not an expert, but when the conditions are getting ripe, first of all, I'm adjusting my speed slower than what the normal procedure should be. But I always base it on let's say it's raining and it's cold, and so with the potential for black ice, if I feel slippage twice, I'll just pull over. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pull, and that's with an adjusted speed. I'm not that. Once I feel slippage, I may go a little bit more after the first time, but then if I feel it a second time, then hey, that's it. I'm shutting it down. I'm not going to push that envelope, because if I'm feeling that, then the other driver should be feeling the same thing I'm feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And so then, therefore, it comes down to personal responsibility. And I don't know of any company out there. It's just like my company. If I'm under a load and I feel unsafe, I just send them a little email, unsafe conditions, pulling over, and this is why.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get called on the carpet. I don't get questioned. And so it's hard for me to fathom that some of these big major trucking companies don't operate under the same procedure. And so maybe, it's falling back on the driver. You make that decision as a professional driver, whether or not you think it's safe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but you get these four-wheelers out there, for whatever reason they're wanting to be out there. They now have become an obstacle, like the email that the gentleman wrote about giving big trucks space. Well, unfortunately, you shouldn't have to do that, but they become an obstacle that you're dealing with besides the weather.
Right.
But anyway, I sent you a link, and it's basically about what you was reading, that the Oklahoma Gas and Electric officials urging customers to reduce their natural gas usage by conserving electricity use due to the exceptionally high demand because of extreme frigid temperatures. Then it gives you a rundown on what to do to reduce your electric consumption. Now, they're based on what you was reading, they're saying that some of the gas wells are freezing up. And did I hear that correctly?
That's what it says. Yeah, some of the gas wells freezing up. I didn't realize that happened either. So your wind turbines freeze up, your gas wells freezing up. I don't know what they mean by that.
Steve, that's a cop out. What it is, when these companies go out here to drill for oil, they're not. Oil is a byproduct. All right, what they're looking for is the natural gas. So naturally, when they start getting that oil out of there, and the price of that oil drops dramatically, which it has. You remember back when the price dropped back last spring, then they start shutting these wells in because they can't, or when the lack of consumption, if you will, because they can't sell the damn stuff for a profit to justify operating and the expenses of operating those leases. It ain't got a dang thing to do with those wells freezing up. All right? And so since they're not producing and they got those wells shut in, well, naturally it's a reduction in the gas that's been sent down the line for the electrics, or if you like back home, if you've got natural gas heating elements in your house that you use the heat with. But naturally, the electric companies to run their generation, they have to use gas because they've eliminated coal. Very few nuclear power plants across the country that I'm aware of.
Right.
And so what's happening? Now you got Joe Biden and that bunch in Washington, D.C. attacking the fossil fuel industries. It wasn't just about the pipelines. No more new fracking. All right. It ain't just oil that they're eliminating. They're eliminating the available supply of natural gas.
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to be clean energy. That's supposed to operate these electric plants. Electricity is supposed to be our saving grace. Solar panels. Are they going to operate these electric plants off solar panels? Or, oh, that's right, we're supposed to buy these solar panels and put them on our houses to decrease the demand for electric consumption. All right? But yet when it's in weather like this, cold winter weather, cloudy winter weather, oh, that's right, we need to add some batteries to this whole mix. Oh, that's all right, we've got to go dig up the minerals that they use
to make the lithium-ion
these
batteries.
batteries.
If you've got solar
You
panels,
see where
I
I'm
don't know.
going with
Are
this?
these? I don't know. Are these solar panels? I'm guessing you have to have some sort of a heat generation in them to prevent the snow and whatnot from building up on them. Correct?
Bingo. Correct. Dang. I mean, it's just a continued problem. Think about it. This summer, when the peak for electricity is high, because everybody's trying to stay cool, well, if you're not producing your wells, you're going to have the same problem that they're having today. I wish people, you know, especially like people in New York or whoever, I'm not beating Joe Biden up. Y'all loved him for whatever reason. You people, if you're listening, you know, tried to get into a discussion with a tree hugger over the very thing that you and I are sitting there talking about. And she was going to town on everybody for not conserving and turning off their appliances. Oh, people need to do this. And I started asking her questions. I wasn't being snotty about it. I was just asking, okay, explain this to me. She didn't want to hear it. But yet, lady, you're going to sit there and freeze your damn ass off because the people you elected is going to make life a whole lot more harder on you because of the demands of the decreasing fossil fuel usage.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the demands that now your friends are getting on there and saying reduce your electric usage. The same energy that's supposed to keep you warm and comfortable during a major winter snowstorm and cold, brutal Arctic temperatures, none of it makes sense. The rolling blackouts that California used to have, these days are now upon us, and it's going to happen. It ain't just going to be in California. It's going to be in Oklahoma. It's going to be in Texas, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Ohio,
Sure.
right on up there to that East Coast line. That's the cold, hard fact, people. And when you sit and you vote these kind of people in, because everything that Joe Biden's done so far is going to be damaging to the fossil fuel industry. And we ain't talking about the consumption of the high price of gas or the high price of fuel. I mean, there is a broad picture that I wish people would start looking at. But when I see those headlines, reduce their natural gas usage by conserving electricity. Boy, I just the math don't add up to me, does it to you?
No, sir.
Well, I seen that today, and I sent that to you, but it looked like you had already got some stuff.
No, actually,
so
I
don't know.
What you sent me prompted me to do a quick search. I did a search for energy conservation request, and I came across a bunch of them. You know, so it's not only you. I got you. If you hadn't sent that to me, I didn't realize they were asking for people to conserve.
Okay.
So.
But let's look at it. Turn down thermostat. Okay. In the wintertime, it don't matter. It's just like here in this motel room. I'm running the temperature about 64 degrees. Because when you step outside and come back in 64, it's pretty warm.
Yeah.
So I don't have an issue with that. Don't have an issue whatsoever. Because whether it's in the summertime or whether it's in the wintertime, my thermostat, no matter where I'm at, it's going to be somewhere around 64 to even up to 68 degrees. Okay, I have no issue. But here's where I start having issues. Avoid using major household electric appliances. Now, everybody, how's this winter cold weather making people use their household electric appliances any more than what they do in a normal day? Whether it's cold, whether it's hot, or whatever, or fall, whatever. And we'll turn off non-essential electric appliances, lights, and equipment. I guess, you know what? They're telling, I guess, the people at home, they don't want them to have the damn lights on. I just don't equate. Most people, common sense consumers, are going to, if they're at home, they're going to leave their damn lights off. At least I always did, unless I just needed them on.
Right, right. I guess it comes down to the whole scenario where they don't want you to do your laundry. They don't want you running your washer or dryer during those, especially during those peak demand hours or whatever, because virtually everyone has cranked up the furnace, and anything you cannot be using as far as like washing clothes, or I guess they don't want you to put that frozen pizza in the oven. Just find something else. Eat a bologna sandwich rather than firing up the oven, right?
So if there's right, and then, so if there's a liberal, and I'm not saying this puts you down, I wish they would call in there and explain their mind thought of why you would want to elect somebody in office that's going to cause you misery. Because New York, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, all you people use electricity, just like OED does. But yet, this right here is what you people signed up for, because it's what's happening out here is going to happen up there. Unless they've got a magic wand for you guys, I don't know. So anyway, Steve, I've said my piece, and I really don't have any more to add.
All right. Well, Ed, I thank you for the call this morning.
Sense.
Yep.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Have said, but real quick, like how much snow are you supposed to get there in your neck of the woods? Do you know?
I think 8 to 10 inches.
Wow. Okay. All right.
And supposed to have another 8. Oh, supposed to have another 8 to 10 inches
in a couple days.
Coming starting in Monday. Tuesday.
That's exactly what we're looking at. We're kind of like in the zone where it says 6 to 12, and then again, like Wednesday, Thursday storm, another potential 6 to 12.
Right. See, the storm should just be hitting you tonight. Am I correct?
Yeah, we're supposed to get an initial band of snow overnight, 1 or 2 inches, that kind of thing. But then there's a little lull in the action, and then the heavy stuff comes in, like midday, Monday through the afternoon, where we're supposed to get
right. But then you're going to have another batch coming
in Wednesday into Thursday.
Wednesday and Thursday.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just going to be a crap, ugly week, and I'm prepared mentally and emotionally just to sit around and look stupid. And hey, I'm warm, got a full belly, and I'm happy.
It's all going to start piling up.
Thanks, Steve.
You got it. Have a good morning. And with that, it's 844-844-3388. So, typically Sunday night into Monday morning are the slower nights on the phone. So, we could use your help. Dial us up here as we get things underway. Eagle's going to be checking in. He's talking about the cold weather. He crossed my mind when I saw this past day. I knew it was going to be cold deep into the south. But he normally calls in to say, well, I'm glad I'm not running up in Michigan or whatever. I'm down in Texas where it's nice and warm. I don't care where you're at tonight. Hell, it's colder in Texas right now than it is here in the Ohio Valley. But we've got some of that Arctic air coming our way in short order. All right, a few minutes before we close things down for hour number 1, if you just joined us, indeed, the stream is up and running on overnightdriveradio.com. That's where you can click on the live stream, listen, and not have to have your screen on like you do for YouTube and Facebook. Craig said, Steve, I turned off YouTube. I put my phone on the site you said to go to. It works great, and now I don't have to cover the screen. Yeah, nice and dark in here. There you go. Then follow-up from Deranger in regards to the massive crash, 133 vehicles in Fort Worth late last week. To which he said officials are looking at the fact that it was the express lanes where there's no shoulders, plus how long it had been since the roads had been pre-treated. That was the big issue. And that pileup happened, it was on a bridge where once you topped the bridge, it was too late. I wondered why so many vehicles appeared to be going at such a rate of speed when they were piling into that crash. He said, we need some sort of an emergency alert system, similar like what you get with an Amber Alert that goes out or a Silver Alert. It won't stop wrecks, but it maybe will get word out to at least those that are coming up on that scene and give them a chance to slow down or stop. You would even allow trucks to do those, essentially like rolling roadblocks to slow down the oncoming traffic. Kind of odd that we were having that discussion last week. I'm kind of curious how many truck drivers maybe actually had their CB radios on for that. The one gentleman had asked the question, do truck drivers still use CB radio? Apparently most do not. But I'm thinking, is that accident scene was unfolding, if you were on like Channel 19, wouldn't the CB radio have been blaring with the message, you're on I-35, whatever the mile marker was, we're on the bridge, massive pileup. If you're approaching, slow down, pull over, stop your truck, stop the carnage. I don't, apparently no one was getting the message. Yeah, Big Ed kind of confirmed there. He doesn't have a CB in his radio, his truck. So, all right, again, plenty of room for you here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. And, of course, the phony impeachment. That's what Dick Morris called the phony impeachment. Representative Jim Jordan blasting the cancel culture this past day, with what's going on. Yes, Donald Trump, in his second impeachment trial, was indeed acquitted in the Senate on Saturday afternoon. But there were seven Republicans that joined the 50 Democrats voting to impeach President Trump. Now, supposedly, even some of those that voted for the acquittal after the fact made it sound as, and I know Mitch McConnell was one of them. He voted not to convict, but apparently the only reason he voted not to convict, he says, was because constitutionally he did not believe the Senate had the authority to convict a non-setting president. I'll get you more on that. All right, we close things out for hour number one. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, we're back at it on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. And yes, indeed, they did eventually get the race in. The Great American Race, the Daytona 500. I don't know what time it ended. I'm guessing it was probably pretty close to the midnight hour. Because I was watching early on this past day, and I had to hit the hay. And they were just getting the race underway. And then I woke up here several hours later, and I just got up to say, take a look, see what's going on. And it was red flagged. They had already had one big pile up early on. I think they were only like 16 laps in or something like that. And it was hours because the heavy rains moved in. And sure enough, I couldn't believe how long they waited to get it. But for whatever reason, they opted to get that race in today. I don't know if weather was going to be potentially even worse on Monday than what they had with lightning and thunderstorms Sunday afternoon. But the field of cars was very thin as the evening progressed, as one accident after another accident. I'm looking at the breakdown at the end of the race. It looks like there were only 11 cars actually on the lead lap. Every other vehicle was a lap or many laps further behind. They had been in some of the earlier accidents and were able to make enough repairs to come back out, which allowed them to pass other drivers who weren't able to come back out to have a better finish at the end of the night. But apparently, if I'm seeing correctly, there must have been some sort of a last lap crash as well, which doesn't that happen every time? And at the Daytona 500, Michael McDowell takes the checkered flag. Michael McDowell finishing first for the Daytona 500. Chase Elliott finishes second. Austin Dillon third. Kevin Harvick finishing fourth. Denny Hamlin, I do know Denny Hamlin he finished first in both stage 1 and stage 2 of the race. He was looking for a third consecutive Daytona 500 win. Fifth place finish for Denny Hamlin. Rest of the top 10, Ryan Preece, Ross Chastain, Jamie McMurray, Corey LaJoie, and Kyle Larson. Back at it with his new ride. Kyle Larson back behind the wheel there in Daytona. Cole Custer, I guess, was the last one that was actually on that lead lap, finishing 11th. The rest of the field had at some point in time been involved in an accident and were able to come back out. But my, what a long day at Daytona International Speedway. So the NASCAR season is back up and running. All right, we'll get to, before we get more on our travelers' weather here, let me jump on over to Eagle. I want to catch Eagle before he falls asleep there. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I missed the start of your show. I was watching the rest of the race on a YouTube video at Daytona. It didn't finish until about 12:15. About 12:15.
Really?
Finally finished.
Wow.
But, well, like I said, let me say this, Steve. The race kind of ended like the week started here for me in Texas. With a big wreck. With a big accident. If you get a chance to see the video, it's real bad accident they had at the last lap of the race when two teammates, Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski, got into it. Michael McDowell, the guy who won the race, he got into the back bumper of Keselowski and pushed him into his teammate. And it was a hell of a wreck. There was a lot of fire and smoke, and it took out a lot of cars. Luckily, everybody walked away from it, but it was a high speed accident. Wow. He running over 180 miles an hour when they hit the wall. So it was a real exciting finish. I hate to see, because Joey Logano had the race won, and hate to see somebody. Well, I don't like Ford no way, but I was pulling for Chase Elliott to pull out the victory. But you still don't want to see somebody get wrecked like that on the last lap and tore up his car. But luckily, Logano was able to get out of his car okay. That's the main thing. Nobody got hurt. But you know something, Steve? I'm down here in Texas right now, man. I just made my way back to Texas from Florida. I went from 80 degrees to the Arctic Pole in less than 5 days. I thought I was going to get back to Texas before the ice storm hit, but didn't quite make it. I got hit in Houston. It was this morning when I was in Houston, it was already icing up and going across Interstate 10 to San Antonio. It was a real dangerous drive. There was all kind of cars and trucks in the ditch. It was real bad situation on the road. I can imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow because it's still raining outside, well, sleeting outside here in San Antonio. So, and it's down to about 10 or 15 degrees. So I'm pretty sure the roads are going to be like a ice skating ring tomorrow morning in San Antonio, huh?
I say, yep, you're right. I mean, I can't believe how deep into Texas they're getting. They're getting ice all the way down there in Brownsville, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm in shock. Like I say, I've been living in Texas, since 1980 when I was a kid, and I've never seen ice go this far, this far down into Texas, all the way, like you say, to Brownsville. You can't go no further south than that in Texas. You go any further south than that, you'll be in Mexico. So, yeah, when it goes all the way down there, this is a hell of a storm that came all the way down to Texas. Like I said, it's like Dallas, Texas. I don't know how much snow they got, but it snowed in Dallas. I talked to a couple of my truck driver friends in the Dallas area, and Dallas got a couple of inches of snow and all kind of accidents. And they had another real bad accident today in Oklahoma City on the 44. I don't know if you talked about that. Another bad pile up. I don't know if the truck driver died in that, but I was looking at the video of that during one of your breaks, and they had a real nasty accident over there. But I want to talk about this accident that happened in Fort Worth because I didn't get a chance to talk to you about it on Thursday because you had hot shot guy on there. So I want to discuss that because that accident was totally unnecessary. I looked at the video, and I've talked to other truck drivers over the last couple of days. As I've been driving my truck down the road on the CB, and if you look at this accident scene, it looks like a demolition derby, Steve. I've traveled up and down that road several times, because in Fort Worth on 35, I've been up and down that road many times, and I don't know if you've seen the video of this, but it's totally ridiculous. They said that the accident scene was at least a half mile long, maybe even a mile long of destruction. It looked like a junkyard in the middle of the freeway. There were so many trucks and cars involved in this accident. They had to get cranes to pick these vehicles up and take them off the interstate and put them on wrecker trucks. They had the road shut down for at least 2 days to get this accident cleared up and investigated. I've never seen a scene like that before, Steve. This guy that was driving this FedEx truck, hopefully he's in jail tonight. The guy, I don't know if you've seen the FedEx truck that ran into the accident. This guy here, he never even hit his brakes. That guy was traveling at least 65 to 70 miles an hour when he hit them other vehicles. There's no telling how many people that got killed. That guy no longer needs to drive another truck, and he shouldn't be behind the wheel of a truck ever again, because they call that in the police business or DOT. That is driving, speeding above the conditions that you're in, and he definitely was traveling above the speed that was required for those conditions. What'd you say?
That's what they call it. Yeah, too fast for conditions. My understanding is that they had a little bit of it was raining, and that particular area they were coming into, you had like the Jersey barriers on either side, so there was no way to go off either side. So once you hit that bridge and you hit your brakes, it was all bets were off. There was no slowing down. So he may have hit his brakes, but he just slid in there full speed.
Well, even if like I said, it doesn't matter if he hit his brakes no way, because he wasn't going to stop nowhere. You can't stop on ice. But the problem is that he was going way too fast, and that guy did a lot of destruction. There's also some other trucks involved in that wreck. There was a day cab truck I seen that came. I don't know who he drove for, but I don't know how many cars that guy drove over, but he was definitely running over the speed limit for the conditions too. Like I said, the roads should have been shut down. They saying down here in Texas right now, the DOT department in Fort Worth, I was listening to their news broadcast earlier today, and they were saying that they should have closed the road down before it happened, because, see, Texas, it's not like up north, Steve. These states down here in Texas, we don't have this type of weather, so we don't have the salt and the sand and this grime stuff that they supposed to put on the ground to keep the road from freezing. They don't have these type of materials down here in Texas. So when you drive and when we get ice, the same thing that you guys might have in Ohio, it might not cause you guys no kind of problems, like the situation we had. But down here in Texas, people are not used to seeing this type of stuff, and when they drive on it, they don't know how to drive, and that's what causes these type of chain reaction accidents. And because that accident, like I said, I believe it should, the road should have been closed up because they didn't have, the road was nothing but a sheet of ice. But like I say, it doesn't do any good to talk about it now because the accident has already occurred. But like I say, people in Texas, I've been saying this for years, Steve. I've been driving for over 20 years now. I grew up, like I said, in Dallas, and I knew it was just a matter of time because people in Dallas, they drive too reckless. The speed limit in Texas is 75 miles an hour. I've said that a long time, that's too fast for the speed limits to be 75. Those people want to run 75 on the outskirts of town when you out in the middle of nowhere, and then they want to run 75 through the middle of Dallas and Fort Worth. You cannot drive a car or a truck down through an interstate running no 75. And like I say, they're not running 75 no way because they don't have no patrols. The police don't even waste their time patrolling because it's so dangerous for a police officer. As a matter of fact, a cop got run over the very next day in Dallas. Some lady was speeding through town and she ran over a cop. She hit some ice and slid into him and killed him. So cops don't even waste their time patrolling the speed limit because they know these cars are already traveling. If you let them do 75, people in Texas run 85 and 90 when you get on these interstates out here, and they traveling way too fast, and they don't even want to slow down. Like I say, they don't even drive good in dry conditions, and then when it's snowing and icing, they want to continue to run 75, and you're not going to be able to run 75 miles an hour on snow and ice. Simple as that. So, like I say, until people in Texas learn to slow down, we're going to continue to see these type of things happen. Like I say, like I always say, it's not a matter of if we're going to have another catastrophe, just a matter of when. Yeah. Simple as that. So, like I say, hopefully people that come down here to Texas from the north, from where you at, I hope you realize that we don't have the same type of materials. We don't have the same type of DOT people here that keep the roads. When I drove across 10 today from Houston to San Antonio, it was like a skating ring. I didn't see not one DOT truck on the road spraying salt on the ground or sand or nothing. You was just on your own all the way from Houston to San Antonio. I don't know how many wrecks and accidents I've seen. So like I say, people from the north, if you come into Texas in the next couple of days, expect to see bad road conditions because that's exactly what you're going to get. I'm talking to the truck drivers. Don't expect to see what you're going to see up in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan. Those people know how to drive and they know how to handle that situation. People down here in Texas don't know how to handle that, as you can clearly see with 150 car and truck pile up. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Be careful down there and find a way to stay warm, right? That's all I can tell you. Well, yeah, I mean, in some towns, even where we do get a lot of wintry precip, yeah, people can't drive on it. Yeah, a lot of people that try to get out and go to work and have no business being on the road. But in the deep south, where you seldom ever see the wintry precip, you don't have any experience. And you see the ramifications of not having any winter driving experience. And we're going to be contending with repetitive doses of just that in the entire week ahead, with at least one more storm following what's unfolding here as we get the brand new week underway across the Midwest, the Western Great Lakes. There will be an icy side of this storm as well, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware. These two areas of wintry weather continuing to spread snow and ice through portions of the Northeast. Overall, the snow and ice accumulations in the Northeast were on the lighter side, maybe a few inches of snow, primarily across New England, but power outages and slippery travel along the eastern seaboard, going back as we were getting the weekend underway. As of Saturday evening, there were over 400,000 customers without power due to the ice storm in Virginia and North Carolina. Of course, after Sunday, another storm is on the docket for the Northeast. and that one's getting underway as we speak. Yeah, through the day today and Tuesday, this storm will encompass and persist across the Northeast. It will bring a wave of heavy snow. Snow may persist on and off for 24 hours or so, leading to 6 to 12 inches of accumulation, stretching from Indianapolis to Cleveland to Bangor, Maine. Some areas may be totaling out 24 inches of snowfall. And, of course, over a large part of the mid-Atlantic and New England, especially near the coast, just a shallow layer of cold may be in place. That means that a period of sleet or freezing rain would be more likely, rather than just plain old rain or snow. We will see a change to plain rain along much of the I-95 corridor, but it's going to start off as a period of ice in the mid-Atlantic and across the southern portions of New England. Some of our major cities, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, you could all see some ice with this system. And some of the same areas in Virginia and Maryland that got ice from the weekend storm may see some more ice here today and Tuesday. And as we all witnessed with the pile up there in Fort Worth, all you have to have is that thin glaze of ice on any untreated roads. And, of course, we could see enough building up to bring in some more power outages. And they say just look for it. In case of an atmospheric deja vu, another storm may dip down over the central states, snow and ice as we head into the middle of this week, as that system's also anticipated to grab some moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and head to the northeast for the second half of this week. This relentless pattern we're under. All right, our friend the Grump sends me his latest rampage. In regards to the impeachment, Steve, here's my impeachment thoughts. The putrid, decaying smell of our Constitution and the freedoms and protections once enshrined in its body for we the people is now fouling the air over Washington, D.C. We've witnessed the historical second impeachment of a former president and the first for a private citizen come to fruition, only to be stopped by 43 senators not willing to sacrifice the rule of law for the fabrication of evidence. The hatred for Donald Trump by the Washington establishment extends far beyond the disdain for just one man. It extends to any citizen that would support the idea of America first. The thoughts of greater independence, the desire to rid this country of the ruling class elites known as the Washington establishment. We saw the blatant manufacturing of evidence, not just to prosecute a man, but to prosecute the ideas of anyone that would dare support our founding principles and the freedoms that so many have fought and died for. This was an impeachment about the rightful ownership of words and who gets to assign the context and the meaning of words. It's the Democrats who believe their use of inflammatory speech is an acceptable means of communication. But when used by Republicans, it suddenly becomes unacceptable. It's a cry for insurrection. The double standards in political discourse in our nation has become the societal executioner of our values, principles, and morality. A mandate of masks may obscure the facial expressions associated with deception, but the spoken words of our political pundits is an audible decree of their deceit and dereliction for the laws that we, the people, are expected to obey. The insurrection that Donald Trump stood accused of did not begin on January the 6th of 2021. It began with the first acceptance of sanctuary cities, and it continues with the insurgency of socialism and militant groups like BLM, Antifa, and others vowing supremacy and change via intimidation and violence. Every day it becomes more emboldened and more acceptable, primarily because the free press traded unbiased reporting for more liberal commentary. All of this in the name of social justice. Regardless of the origin, it's those we elect that continue to embrace the radicals, reject the patriotic, and only care what direction this country is headed if that direction leads them to Washington for yet another term. And yes, that is just my opinion. Signed, the Grump. Thank you very much, Grump. Who's next up here? Let's jump over to Heat Wave. How was your weekend?
Oh, man, I tell you what, it was just absolute a shish kebab show. From Portland all the way to Detroit. We were, not Detroit, Denver, rather. That could be Detroit. Hell, I don't know. But, I mean, it took us 12 hours longer to make that run from Portland to Denver due to the snow and ice. We left Portland chained up, and I had them chains on for 60 miles. I took them off for another 100, and then I didn't quite chain up according to Oregon law. So I did pretty good for about 75 miles, and I got caught on an incline, and I lost traction, so we couldn't make it up the hill. I had to get my co-driver up, and he helped me chain it properly. And while we were doing that, a state trooper come up to me, and he's saying, you should have done this down at the bottom of the hill. And I told him, well, I was the one driving, and I didn't chain up proper. So he says, you know what the cost of this ticket's going to be if I write you one? I said, I have no idea, but here's my license. He said, no, sir, you hold on to it. He said, it's $440. Like, oh my goodness, that just I don't like the chain, but I think I'll learn to like it rather than push out that kind of green from my wallet.
I hear you.
And that's yeah. So I mean, I went 11 hours driving, did 300 miles, and my co-driver took over, and we were just replacing chains left and right because they were breaking. And eventually he blew a tire on one of the trailers, so we were sitting on the side of the road for I don't know how long. And then when I took over in Utah, because he only was able to drive 460 miles, I went from Utah to Laramie, Wyoming. But in transit, I found out that Interstate 80 was closed at Rawlins due to winter weather driving conditions. And then when they finally opened it up at 7 o'clock yesterday morning, the only accident I seen was a salt shaker in plow. The machine had flipped over the item that they use inside the container that they use to get rid of the salt, spread it out. That was off to one side, and that plow was off to another. So, Senor, let me tell you, it was just absolutely bad news that we just happened to be running into. So yeah, y'all gonna be getting a nice show for sure.
Yeah.
I'll say that real fast 3 times. So, anyways, I don't know if you had read. I had sent you a text on your call-in number. Porn star down in Jackson, Mississippi, was saying that they've got ice on Interstate 20 and Interstate 55 there in central Mississippi, and he says it's just bad. But he said the worst part is that the rest of the storm hasn't even gotten there yet. So I think he's saying about 3 a.m. they're expecting another inch or so of ice. So, to get the experience of what it'd be like driving on ice, whenever you're walking around the house or around businesses and it's cold and you see an icy spot, what do you normally do?
I think
you normally
slow down.
Yeah. When you're walking.
Oh, walking, yes.
I mean, you avoid, pure and simple. You try to avoid that icy spot, and if you have to cross it, you are just, you're balancing a tightrope, so to speak, with due diligence to make sure that you don't slip, fall, and bust your butt. Well, if people could just apply that to driving, I mean, yeah, you may have some, rubber on the road, but it's only going to be a 4 to 6 inch uh, at a time that them tires are hitting the road, and it don't matter how much you weigh. Try running on the ice. Just get up and sprint and run across the ice. You may not be moving your legs once you get on the ice, but your forward momentum is going to carry you either to the other side where you're going to stumble on dry surface, or you're going to run into something, slide into something, have no control. If they could just, get that idea across, the best thing to do is just don't drive on the ice. Just stay home. So, yeah, my parents are, she's 79 going on 80, and he's 84 going on 85. They live in Texas, around Temple, just off I-35. They had been without power since Thursday morning, and they had just gotten power back yesterday afternoon about 2:30.
Wow.
And the only thing they had keeping them warm was their Dearborn heater. Those gas Dearborn heaters everyone used to have way back when. And and then the rest of the community they were in, they had lost power at one time or another. But I mean, even then, they're still expecting an ice storm and snowstorm to come by and just layer that with a fresh set of bad news. Yesterday morning, my wife sent me a picture of the backyard there in New Mexico at her hacienda, and she said within 15 minutes, she said at least 3 inches of snow had fallen.
Really?
And she said it was, I mean, I had pictures to prove it. She said, oh, she did. And it was supposed to get down to 15 last night, but she said it got down to -2.
Wow.
And I said, well, and it's supposed to get how cold tonight? She said, well, it's supposed to get down to 13 below tonight. So all I can say is, people, you can always layer up your clothing. If you got to be out there, be sure to have a boatload of clothes, because you can always layer up for the cold, but you just can't dress down enough for the heat. But if you don't have to drive, please don't, because I would like for all of y'all to listen to my melodious voice on the radio next time we're on again.
We always like hearing your commodious voice. It's commodious voice.
Is it? I thought it was harmonious. Oh well. Anyways, harmonious, melodious, whatever. But yeah, Pappy, you got that Pluto Duo. I think you're really going to enjoy it. I know I do. Every time I get done driving, I go on the back, and for an hour I listen to TV and stereo, and it is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I think you're going to really enjoy it.
Good deal.
So with that being said, we're heading off to Southern California, and hopefully we can get at least 40 degrees of weather. Right now it's 27 here on 70, heading toward 15. So yeah, it's definitely not near the nightmare it was 2 nights ago or last night.
Gotcha. I do see that some of the winter storm warnings that had been in place, like for southern New Mexico and western Texas, the winter storm warnings have been allowed to expire because the precipit's moving further to the east. But the cold, where you still have wind chill warnings this morning, I'm looking here for much of western Texas, southeastern New Mexico, wind chills like 20 below zero. So you've got wind chill advisories for the Rio Grande Valley and Terrell County. Wind chill values 15 below there. Dangerous cold, which can result in hypothermia or frostbite. When I posted that big picture of the map this past, I mean, drivers you're having to use anti-gel. You're having to treat your fuel. I mean, way down into the deep south. Who would think 13 below in New Mexico or 12 below in a place like Dallas, Texas. It's almost unheard of, but that's some of what we're contending with here. All right, let's get a quick timeout. Galen, got you coming up next. We'll get to Curtis. Demons on the line. Room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Checking through some of our messages via our various streams, whether you're listening or watching via the Hotshot Secret Facebook or Overnight Drive or radio page, or the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on Facebook or YouTube. And yes, the audio stream is now up and running. They're on overnightdriveradio.com, and that gives you the ability to turn the screen off. The screen can be blank, and you can still listen to the program. And Ronald says, how long does it take to get the okay for the app? Because, the application, the app has been submitted to both the people at iPhone and Android. I really don't know the answer to that question. It could take several weeks. It could take less. But, we'll definitely let you know as soon as that's up and running. As far as the race, Larry said, yes, Steve, it was a 5.5-hour delay before they got the 500 back up and running. And cable trucking, in regards to using the CB radio. When I mentioned the fact that as that crash was unfolding there in Fort Worth, I'm thinking Channel 19 should have been full of drivers pleading with others. If you're coming this way, slow down, stop, don't come on the bridge. And he said, it would have been. but I'd say maybe 30% of us use CBs. If more would, they do save lives. And I did pull up while I was talking to Eagle, the video of that last lap crash. And yes, that was brutal. Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch took one hell of a hit at 180 miles per hour. Chris checks in. Good morning. The night shift nurse listening in. I'll be working till 7 a.m. All right, thanks for the messages, and we'll get more of those coming up here. First, let's get back to your calls. Galen's been hanging in there. Good morning, Galen. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. Been a little while since I talked to you, since you left the other domain there. But anyway, let's get back to the wind turbines there. There is a reason why they sometimes can't turn and produce power. They have to have power from the grid in order to produce power. Now, that's quite a strange deal, but that is one of the things that cause them to not produce power. But that is one of the things. I didn't know that till the other day. The other day I was researching those, and that came up. And then if they're not producing power, of course, they will freeze up the oil and everything in those big turbines up top, and the gearboxes will freeze up. But anyway, here in Southern Illinois, we've got what they call solar gardens. Any place that Ameren and some of the Ameren down here can put up solar panels. I don't know whether they're renting the places or leasing the ground or what, but they're putting solar panels every place they can do it. Even in the schoolyard, they'll take the kids' schoolyards. Junior high here in El Dorado, they took the part of the schoolyard, the playground yard, and put solar panels up, supposed to supply electricity to supplement part of the electricity for the school.
Okay.
Well, they're not in school now, but anyway, well, you got ice and snow on that panel. It's not going to produce anything. Well, when you was over at WLW, I'll just say this, Mr. Motorcoat, they're the thing that they sold. You could take that that they sold there and wipe that panel down with it, or anything like that, like Pam that you spray in a skillet or something like that. You can spray that on your solar panels, and there are other things that you can put on your solar panels that will protect that, and the ice and snow will slide right off. And they use it for satellite dishes also. But like I say, there are places here in Southern Illinois they call them solar gardens, and they're putting them things up not with hundreds but thousands. And I guess they'll have to have somebody go out there with a broom in the morning and get all the snow off of them. or the ice too. They have to go out there with somebody to get the ice off of them.
I don't think your solar panels aren't going to work too good with 8 inches of snow on them, are they?
No, they're not going to work. There's a house just down the street here from me that she had on the south side of her house on the roof, just had brand new solar panels put on that house. And I looked at it the other day coming back toward my house, and it's got snow and ice on it. And I thought to myself, lady, it's a waste of money that right now just sitting up there like that. But anyway, all that accident, the big wreck down there in Fort Worth, those big wreckers down there that has the boom stuck up in the air, they was lifting cars and trucks out of that accident scene. They call those rotators because that boom sticks up, and they can rotate that boom plumb all the way around, and that boom will slide back and forth. It's on some big rails there in the back of that big truck there, and it will slide back and forth. And some of those trucks, if it's got 3 axles in the back, they're over $1 million a piece. And if it's got 4 axles in the back, where it's got a set of another set of wheels up toward the front, like another set of steer wheels up toward the front. Those are about almost $2 million trucks.
Wow.
Wreckers. But they're called rotators, is what they're called. They're not a crane, but they're made just for that purpose, for going to a wreck scene and clearing out a wreck scene.
That's
anyway,
some
Steve,
high
it's good
dollar
hearing you.
equipment
You're
there.
doing a good job, man.
Yeah.
And enjoying it. Go ahead.
I said that's some high dollar equipment, Galen. No doubt about it.
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. There's a guy down in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, that's got one, and he does YouTube of his runs with his rotator, and it's quite interesting. A lot of stuff that they get into. Lifting cars and trucks out of big ditches down on the embankments and stuff. And if the car or truck or whatever is beat up too bad, like a pickup or a car, they'll just run a big strap through it and pick it up. But the stuff, the way they do about pulling semis back up on the road and stuff, gets quite interesting, So I guess I'll let you go and let somebody else get on here and create trouble for you.
Thank you so much for checking in, Galen. It's good to hear from you. Hunker down, and I think you're going to get some snow there in southern Illinois as well. Looking at the current radar scene, matter of fact, there's at this hour, there's a batch of pretty heavy snow moving into central Kentucky. Yeah, the heaviest, right about just on the south side of Louisville. From there on south, you get over into some of the mixed freezing rain. When you get down toward the Kentucky-Tennessee line, you're about to see a little bit of a break in the freezing rain in the Nashville area. There's a little break occurring back in Memphis as well. Then you get back into some of the enhanced snow. Some heavier snow coming down in central and south central portions of Arkansas. It's freezing rain in southeast Arkansas. More snow stretching from about Dallas. Looks like lighter snow in Dallas. Then you've got some of those bands of enhanced snow. Snow coming down at a pretty healthy clip down into Austin, Texas, from Austin to San Antonio at this hour. Houston, you're in the freezing rain. From Houston to Galveston to Bay City, it looks like that's all coming back on the radar returns as the freezing rain sort of precipits. So that's causing some potentially treacherous travel along I-69, I-45, I-10 over in the Houston area. Again, I-10 stretching through San Antonio. You're in the heavy rain. Heavy snow, snow along I-37, I-35. I-35 stretching from San Antonio up to Austin. Coming down pretty heavy there. Slow it down. Be careful out there in this nasty, wintry mess. And we get back to your calls here at 844-3388. What's happening this morning, Curtis?
Howdy be, sir. I remember back when you wound up getting one of the trucker mattresses from Atlanta for your bed.
Originally it was the Big Rig mattress, and then when it got into the home thing, it was called the Current mattress.
Right. Is it worth the money? Because I would like to get one if it's worth the money.
Well, I've been sleeping on, like I said, I had the Big Rig mattress for many years. I probably slept on that thing for about 10 years. And
did it hold up?
Yeah. I love my Current mattress.
So it's not disappointed you, any?
Not at all. No.
Well, then I will have to definitely get one. And I know it's a big dumb question. Remember that chair that they gave you from the trucking show? Did you get that from your studio before you left?
The chair from the chair from, but yeah, we're teaming up with those guys, and I think they're gonna get us some chairs.
But remember, you had a chair in the studio.
That was our friends from Bostrom and National Seating. Yes, they got me a couple chairs over the years. Yeah.
But did you get that before you left?
No, I did not. No, sir.
That's a shame because it sounded like it was a really nice chair.
Yeah, I mean, this thing did. This walk, talk, and it had the air, like the airbags and all that in there, where you could push the button and pump up your back, pump up for your bottom side. It did not have the back cycler feature, but it did have all the airbags and everything. So it was a nice chair.
Well, a shame you didn't get to keep it. Well, maybe they'll get you another one.
I believe they will. Thank you very much, Curtis. And that's that mattress is out of Dalton, Georgia, not Atlanta. It's out of Dalton. So
Dalton. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'll definitely try to get one of them because, hey, nothing like sleep.
there you go. Nothing like a good night's sleep, especially in a big truck, right? All right. Yeah, cold weather, cold, even into the deep south. Could you imagine getting fuel line freeze up in Texas? It's almost unheard of. Well, your hot shot secret, your diesel winter anti-gel, it has been tested to extreme levels. So they're pretty much, they lead the industry, lowering the cold filter plugging point of diesel down to 40 below and lowering the diesel fuel pour point down to minus 65 degrees. All at the same time having the other great benefits of the Hot Shot Secret fuel additives that they're known for. Cetane booster, lubricity additive, injector cleaner, moisture dispersant, the rust inhibitor, fuel stabilizer. It's all in one. So you want to keep on rolling, stay on the road during this cold weather outbreak. Make sure you're treating with your Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel. You can find that at Tractor Supply stores all over the country. Always, of course, at hotshotsecret.com. There's more retailers going to be coming soon. And if you order online, don't forget, use the Overnight Drive code, and you'll save 10% on your order and an additional 10% if you are a military, first responder, or a CDL holder. So there you go. Make sure you're treating that fuel. Well, we're looking about 5 before the hour. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Demon?
Just lovely down here in Mississippi. I got here earlier this morning, and it was already freezing rain, and it ain't got no better all day. But the roads are covered in sleet now. There was all kinds of wrecks between Memphis and Tupelo. But I'm trying to get to Florida.
Yeah.
But
You're being slightly delayed by Mother Nature, would you say?
Yeah, she's kind of bipolar. But I mean, I lived down here in this area for about 10 years, and I've seen weather down there like this. But I guess it's supposed to go on to Wednesday, something like that.
Yeah.
But I tell you, like I said, it was just misting and freezing on the windshield this morning. And like I said, when I got ready to leave earlier, which I didn't leave, there was 3 wrecks between, like I said, Memphis and Tupelo. And of course, they don't have salt shakers down here. All they do is they put gravel on the bridges. They don't have anything, sand, salt, brine, nothing down here. They get the county trucks out of the shed and go to the rock quarry and get rocks. And that's what they throw on the bridges. That's the only place they put it. So,
wow.
And I haven't seen much truck traffic at all in and out of here all day. So I don't think I'd recommend traveling down here. Of course, I've been doing this a lot of years, and I'm not messing with ice. But snow, don't bother me none. Maybe I should have stayed home in Kansas this week.
I mean, I'm trying to remember. Are Jerry and Colleen, are they still down in Gulf Shores, or did they move somewhere else? Do you know?
They're in Dillsboro, North Carolina, up in the mountains.
Okay, so they did move. Yeah, because I know Colleen was always one that complained about cold weather. I mean, because they're talking freezing temperatures all the way down there to Gulfport. You know, it's like what the.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in North Mississippi, but yeah, it don't look good at all over the state, you know. But yeah, they moved to Dillsboro 4 or 5 years ago. They got a restaurant up there. That's what they're doing now is running a restaurant up there.
Okay, that's a different.
Yeah.
That's a change of
So
pace.
it's over by just south of Cherokee, Cherokee, North Carolina,
Okay.
over that in that area. You know where that is, Gatlinburg, south of Gatlinburg there. But yeah, you was talking about CB radios a while ago. I do run a CB. I always had one in my truck. But I just keep it squelched down where I can't hear much. And I keep reading, if a CB would have saved you. This wouldn't happen. These actually wouldn't happen if people had CBs. I'm not going to buy that. Not the way people drive nowadays. They're going down the road. They're going way too fast for conditions. They're driving. They can't see past their hood. There's absolutely no sense in the way this goes on. I mean, I can see, a couple car pilot, but why are you still doing road speeds? If you're looking past your hood, you'd see there's a major problem ahead. Okay, if it's on a hill, a little different story, but there's no way 130 vehicles ought to pile up in a pile up anywhere.
That's what I was wondering. I
You've
mean,
seen those wrecks up there.
the video looked like it was a fairly straight stretch of interstate there. I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know if you were coming off a blind hill, coming up and, peaking the hill and it was too late or what the heck was going on. But
yeah.
I mean, the temperatures were only in the 20s. So you had to know that, bridges and overpasses, they're going to freeze first. And it was kind of, they had the freezing rain thing going. So.
Yeah. And I mean, I've been in situations where, the road, what they call flash freezing, several years there in Oak City, it happened. Well, I come into town there. Of course, when you get in town, you got elevated roads everywhere. And, first thing I saw was there was a truck that had done messed up and went off the side of the road and jackknifed and everything. He was way up in the embankment. So that told me right then, slow down. Well, I get down to where 35 and 44 split, and there's a truck that completely spun around. Another truck hit him head on. I mean, it was just a huge pileup right there in the middle of Oak City. And I'm thinking, all these people just came off either the Turner Turnpike, where he was talking about a while ago, or on 35, and they saw this other truck up here that had done, jackknife and was off in the ditch and everything. That should tell you the roads are bad. It's time to slow down.
Yeah.
But, like I said, I'm not buying it a bit that a CB would save any of this. If people had taken a look beyond that hood, quit paying attention to whatever kind of device they got in their truck, be it a GPS, be it a phone, or whatever it is, this wouldn't be happening. I just, no. They're doing something else, not paying attention, and they're not slowing down. People don't slow down. I'll get out here on the road when it's snowing and stuff like that, and you'll get people that'll be doing 20, 25 mile an hour with the four ways on, and the roads ain't that bad, and you go to get ready to go around them, and then all of a sudden they want to speed up on you. They don't want you to go around them. Well, then they want to get in bunches. They won't space out. There's a lot of different reasons. And I'm talking about out west where there's not a lot of traffic. People want to bunch up and run together. Even in good weather, it's not good to take and bunch up. Like I said, you go to pass somebody that's going slower, and they decide, you're not going to pass, and they start speeding up. Or they, you get two slow trucks running together, and then they start drag racing. Well, you got everybody piling up behind them. Well, you never know what's going to happen. It's just like that story you had the other day about that cow truck up there in Idaho or whatever hit the elk or the moose or whatever.
Yep.
If somebody had been right on his tail end, well, they'd have been in on it too. You never know. If you're that close to a truck, you don't know what's going on in front of the other truck. You know, like I said, they run in bunches and they don't look beyond their hood. They're following the taillights of whatever's in front of them. I'll see them running 6 or 7 trucks, bumper to bumper. You know, but you know, that's just my opinion. Now, I don't think a CB would do a damn bit of good to take and save what's going on. I think it's just the fact that you also got a lot of foreigners out here that are from other countries that may not know how to drive in this. You know, but that's just my 2 cents worth.
Well, so maybe you'll make it on over to the Sunshine State. Did you tune into the race this past evening or no?
No, I sure didn't.
Okay.
I was kind of watching the highlights of it and everything, but no, I didn't tune in at all. I don't have much interest in NASCAR. They've, and it has nothing to do with the whole Bubba Wallace and the Confederate flag. My whole deal is they've just got away from what NASCAR used to be. There's obviously no races at Kentucky Speedway this year. That kind of ticks me off. They're changing the races around. They're taking races away from tracks that have been around for a long time. They said last year they're going to go back to their roots and try to get back to where their fan base is, but they just seem like they're getting further and further away. That I don't like the stage racing. I don't like the point system.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I was a Gordon fan for years, and I'm like you. It's your driver's retired and gone. Kind of hard to get interested in it now. I mean, I paid attention. I know who the new drivers are, but they really ain't no fun sitting there and watch the race now when you ain't got Jimmy Johnson's not there, Jeff Gordon, Dale Jr. A lot of the older drivers are gone. Of course, you got to make way for the new, but you got so many cars out there that don't really have good qualified drivers in them, and with the rules they've made where you wreck, you only got 5 minutes to get them fixed. Would you say 11 cars on a lead lap?
That's what it looked like to me. Yeah,
15, 20 cars.
Yep.
Running after the whole race. I always like it when they can take and fix the car, get back out there and run. Try to make some points. But they've just changed the way I just am not a fan of what they've done.
Well, yesterday was
I had an
the
argument on
proverbial
Facebook earlier.
demolition derby, and that last lap crash. You just go back, go watch the highlight reel of that, man. Yeah, that was a fiery. Hard to believe, like they all walked away, kind of deal. So,
was it as bad as the last lap crash last year?
20. Well,
there?
I'm thinking back 20 years ago. These guys hit the wall a hell of a lot harder than Dale Sr. hit the wall. But I mean, I guess they did. Dale hit it prior to the safer barriers, wasn't that? They didn't have those then, did they?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just talking about last year's last lap crash with Ryan Newman. Of course, I was there last year to see that, and it seems like they always have that, because they're all piled up and they're ain't nobody gonna let up. But
going for the win. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, I see. Dean Michael did get a hold of you. I was actually trying to. He'd sent me a message. I talked to him and everything because, I'm on my way down that way. But yeah, he had sent me the message about the email and everything. And he said he was trying to email you too.
I didn't get his email from whatever. If you sent me something last week or whatever, but I did get his email this past day. So yeah, I shared that. That's pretty wild. So.
Yeah, he had said he sent it from a different email address, and I wanted to know if I knew if you got it or not. I ain't talked to him, so I don't know. So that's why I tried to call earlier, but anyway, I'd tell you. But anyway, there's something else I wanted to say, but I don't remember what it was. I'll quit rambling and let somebody else get in here, and I'm going to enjoy this winter weather.
All right. Well, have a good night. Be safe out there. Stay warm. It's It's messy there. I'm looking, coming up again when we come back from our break here. Apparently, the officials in Houston, Texas, where temperatures were like in the 70s here just a few days ago, they're advising residents to prepare for power outages and hazardous roads that could be similar to those experienced in the wake of a Category 5 hurricane. Do what? That's what the report says. We'll give you more coming up here. A little bit behind, though. We cross over hour number 2, rolling into hour number 3. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now, this would be the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. If you didn't catch our broadcast there Friday morning, you missed out on a good show. It's your opportunity to chat with Chris Gabrelchik. He spent the whole 5 hours with us. Yeah, talking about the show, what's going on with Hot Shot Secret. Of course, always answering questions about additives, helping some drivers diagnose issues with their trucks, and some of the plans for the future. Yeah, if you didn't catch the show live, well, make sure you can go back and catch the podcasts at your leisure, whenever you'd like, via the HotShotSecret.com, Facebook, or the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. You've got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, YouTube, Facebook. Yeah, now up and running, streaming as well. Catch the podcast there. And now even overnightdriveradio.com. I'm pretty sure they'll have the podcasts on there as well. Not certain. I know you can catch the live stream there. That's as of tonight. That is up and running as we speak. So little piece by piece, it's all coming together. Now back to, I mentioned snow and ice blanketing a large swath of the country this past day, and there's much more to come. Perilous weather, perilous driving, all the way down to the Texas Gulf Coast, where we're talking snow and sleet during the overnight hours this morning. Typically, we don't have enough cold air in place that far to the south, according to a meteorologist with the National Weather Service Weather Prediction Center. But this storm has prompted officials, as I mentioned before the top of the hour, in Houston, where temperatures were in the 70s last week, advising residents prepare for power outages and hazardous roads that could be similar to those experienced in the wake of a Category 5 hurricane. As rain fell in the Houston area, the temperature hovering near freezing. That transitions to just freezing rain, sleet, and snow as we progress through the early morning hours, according to the National Weather Service there. Significant ice and up to 12 inches of snow expected across parts of the southern plains as we progress through the day Monday. Winter weather conditions affecting large portions of the country. But again, it's very rare to extend so far to the south. The Dallas area had a covering of snow Sunday morning, and they're forecasting as much as 6 inches of snow there. Of course, yesterday with the wintry conditions on Valentine's Day, no less, the florists were busy, even as the snow was falling in Fort Worth, where it was already icy and snowy. Gordon Boswell, Flowers general manager, said delivery drivers were trying to wrap up before conditions got worse later Sunday afternoon. Yeah, I got a feel for the people out there trying to make deliveries, right? How about the pizza guy? If everyone's stuck at home and they say, "Hey, I'm going to call the pizza guy." All right. Oklahoma's governor and Arkansas's governor, as well as Texas, have all activated National Guard units to assist with tasks including rescuing stranded drivers. Now, this is going to affect operations at airports across the area. We had cancellations at DFW yesterday, Dallas Love Field. Most of the nearly 200 flights for Southwest were canceled there. That's their main carrier. American Airlines had about 345 of their flights canceled at DFW. That's their hub by Sunday afternoon. And that's affecting flights across the region. Operations reduced, canceled at airports across Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. Of course, officials discouraging travel with these conditions. The Texas Highway Patrol reporting several multi-car pileups in West Texas, including one that involved 25 vehicles shutting down a portion of I-20 westbound. Oklahoma Highway Patrol had a portion of the Turner Turnpike shut down. A multi-vehicle accident there. The Oklahoma Department of Transportation said the southern corridor of I-35 was mostly snow-packed in the left lane, and conditions were expected to continue to deteriorate. Now, the National Weather Service said the forecast through early Tuesday calls for 8 to 12 inches in central Oklahoma, 4 to 8 inches in areas extending from eastern Texas to the Ohio Valley, all the way up into the northeast. In Memphis, the snow had started falling while the main roads were still passable. Lines were forming at grocery stores, people rushing to stock up. Mississippi, sleet in Jackson and other central parts of the state, leaving roads and bridges slick. According to the National Weather Service, their forecasters said up to 3/4 of an inch of ice could accumulate in central Mississippi, which would be big time, widespread power outages with trees coming down. 3/4 of an inch of ice. That's devastating ice. Parts of Kentucky and West Virginia still recovering from the ice storm last week, expected to get another 1/4 inch of ice, coupled with up to 8 inches of snow by Tuesday. Already 19,000 customers without electricity in southern West Virginia, about 9,000 in eastern Kentucky Sunday. That's from the storm that moved in Wednesday into Thursday of last week. So the concern is more additional outages will be forthcoming. Hundreds of utility crews and contractors are on standby to be in place for these additional outages. And we talked earlier about them asking in Texas to reduce your energy consumption as much as possible. Avoid using large appliances. We are experiencing record-breaking electricity demand with these extreme cold temperatures. And we're also dealing with higher than normal generation outages due to the frozen wind turbines and limited natural gas supplies that are available for the generating units. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Northwest, where this storm all started, tens of thousands of people were without power after this storm blanketed that region with ice and snow as we were headed into the weekend. This is our latest cross-country weather maker. All right, get back to your calls. Sunshine, hanging in there on a Monday morning. Hello, Sunshine.
Hello, Steve. A little bit on a traffic thing. I was getting ready to go through Columbus on 71 North, and the signboard said that it was shut down at Cook Road.
Okay.
So I went 315 to 270. So I don't know if it's an old signboard or if they opened it back up. Also, the HR1, have you heard anything about it yet?
I'm trying to recall. That was the first piece of legislation that our new Congress put out, right? Refresh my memory. What was that?
Yeah,
that was about the voting laws or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, voting laws. They're saying that that one's going to take and make it a whole lot. I would say make it a whole lot easier for more fraud.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Rather than tightening up with the voter ID deal. They said they want to do away with that, and I'd like, if you could, take and do a little bit of research and see what you come up with it, and then tell us on the radio.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I remember when we talked about that a few weeks ago when they first introduced it. Yeah, and it's like mandating that all states are going to go to the motor voter registration. Anybody that gets a license automatically is going to get registered to vote. Yeah, I guess you're going to have to tell them you don't want to, otherwise they automatically will.
Yeah. That's going to allow more illegals, especially for the ones that's letting the illegals get the license.
Yep.
But they need to be tightening up on those laws instead of relaxing everything. I think everybody should have to take and do their ID for their vote. And the other thing was they was saying there wasn't going to be matching signatures.
That's right. Yep.
Which is what got us into trouble to start with. But yeah, if you could do a little bit of research on that or whatever and maybe come up with the gist of it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I've heard different things, and I don't know all these terms that these government officials uses in these documents and stuff to understand what it's saying. But it don't sound like it's a good deal. I think it's called For the People.
That's it, For the People Act.
Or something like that.
That's the name. You are correct.
Yeah. And also up here north of Columbus, we do have some moisture. I'm having to run my wipers.
Really? I'm not seeing
But
anything.
I don't know if it's...
Not seeing anything on the radar just yet. I mean, the snow line is creeping through Indiana, crossing over. It's right, getting close to the Ohio line. Then heavy snow down in central Kentucky, and it's all kind of creeping this way. So.
Yeah. I don't know what it is for sure. It don't look like it's snow. It just looks like, well, who knows? But it's not coming down real bad yet. Whatever it is. I'm just hoping to get up here at the Cleveland area before it really gets started.
Well, if you're
and I will have to come back down in it tonight.
Oh boy. Well, if you're north of Columbus now, you should be able to get on up to Cleveland ahead of the snow. But coming back later on tonight, that's gonna be a whole new ball game.
Yep, it's going to be. But anyway, I figured I'd ask you if you could do a little research on that and come up with exactly, what they're trying to go for on that. But it don't sound like to me that it's anything for the people. It's more like for them to keep doing fraud.
Yep. I'd say you are 100% correct, Sunshine. Well, I've got it. I've got the scoop before me here. What do we see? It's H.R. 1. And this was, as soon as the new Congress was sworn in, the very first piece of legislation introduced by this new Congress. Now, of course, it's not the kind of thing that they just came up with since the new Congress was sworn in, because right out of that, this is the kind of thing that they've been in the backgrounds preparing, just waiting for Democrats to take control, which they did take. They maintained the House, and now they've got the Senate. And, of course, they've got the White House. It's a 791-page bill. It takes some time to put something of that nature together. With Democrats now controlling both the House and the Senate, the architect of the bill, Representative John Sarbanes. Now listen to the way they try to twist things. He said, the tumultuous 2020 election is a perfect example of why the U.S. needs reform. Like election reform. Well, yeah, Representative Sarbanes to that, I would say, yeah, that is a perfect example, but the reforms that are needed are things like going away from more mail-in voting. You need to go toward showing an identification to prove who you are when you go to cast a vote, especially if you're going to be mailing in a ballot. These people are accepting ballots without a signature. Now, this guy's the Democrat from Maryland. He said a lot of people out there feel like their voice isn't respected. If we can get these changes in place, it'll create a lot more accountability. It is known as the For the People Act, H.R. 1. House Democrats signify that by being the first thing out of the box, that shows how important they feel it is. Now, it's pretty much the same thing that was presented in 2019 when the measure passed the House. After Democrats won control of that chamber in the 2018 midterms, but it did not pass in the Senate. Well, that's all different now. So, yeah, let's bring it back. It's going to pass the House. Of course, the Senate split 50-50 between the parties. It will advance without significant new Republican support or an end of the filibuster, which means many bills need 60 votes to end debate and advance toward passage. This is a sweeping piece of legislation which will require states to put in place same-day registration for federal elections, allow 15 days early voting for federal elections. You know, the rules vary from state to state. Some don't allow for the same-day registration. This is going to mandate this stuff across the board. It will make the states pay for postage on ballots and other election materials. In other words, for those that are trying to lean more toward the mail-in vote, they're going to put prepaid postage on all the ballots that they send out. It will require states to adopt independent redistricting commissions to redraw the congressional districts. When it comes to ethics, it lays out new requirements for both Congress and the executive branch, like mandating the public disclosure of tax returns by candidates for president and vice president, barring members of Congress from sitting on the boards of nonprofit, or rather for-profit entities. Now, they haven't set a date for a vote in the House yet. Right now, they continue to work on the COVID package. And I guess as soon as that gets pushed on through, it'll be on to H.R. 1. Republican leaders like Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy of California raising strong objections to this bill on the grounds that the federal government is overreaching into how states manage their elections. This is essentially a federal takeover of the election system. McConnell called it a terrible proposal, a power grab. Sarbanes said that states that implemented early and mail-in voting for the 2020 election because of the pandemic actually helped increase voter turnout. There are provisions in H.R. 1 that would require states to make those options available under federal law. Sarbanes says it's going to make voting easier. It turns out that a lot of things we wanted to see in H.R. 1 indeed made voting easier. Gilda Daniels, a voting rights expert and professor at the University of Baltimore Law School, says this legislation would make it easier for people to vote, which again would help increase voter turnout. We saw in this last election, if you give people the opportunity to participate, they will, because people had options. All right, she praised the bill's affirmation to support the restoration of a provision in the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that requires states and localities with a history of implementing discriminatory voting practices to get federal approval before making any change to the voting requirements. All right, those 9 states to get federal approval of any voting changes will include Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Louisiana, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, and Texas. All right, voting rights for ex-felons, I believe, is going to be in the mix there as well. So with that, we're looking at bottom of the hour quick timeout. We'll return with more of your calls ahead as we make our way into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I get back at it here on a Monday. I brought it up here about an hour ago. Rest of the story. Yeah, it's called the cancel culture. We're all familiar by now, right? If you don't like it, you cancel it. You don't like someone else's sentiments on politics, you cancel them. Jim Jordan this past day blasting the impeachment effort as a blatant attempt to cancel former President Trump. Sunday Morning Futures. Jordan argued the Democrats, quote, did not want a chance for him to be on the 2024 ballot. They're trying to cancel the guy that 74 million people voted for, he said. They were so upset about the president that they're willing to ignore the due process and ignore the evidence at the last minute and try to call witnesses when it made absolutely no sense to do so. This is how focused and obsessed they've been. How can you impeach somebody for engaging in speech protected by the Constitution as a private citizen? So engaging in speech protected by the Constitution, the very document we take an oath to uphold. That's what the Democrats tried to do. According to Jordan, the reason Senate Democrats pulled back after a vote was held to call witnesses was because they knew House Speaker Nancy Pelosi would be called as a witness. We would have called the sergeant at arms, former Capitol Police officer, Stephen Sund. And we would have called Speaker Pelosi because ultimately she's the person in charge of Capitol Hill. He and other lawmakers have gotten death threats during this impeachment effort. This cancel culture is so dangerous. On the day before we had the impeachment vote on the House floor, I told my Democrat colleagues, I said, this cancel culture will not just stop with Republicans. It will come after all of us. And in the end, that's why we all have to push back. If we don't stand up for the Constitution, it's only going to get worse. This is the number one issue for this country to address today. Cancel culture. That's right. Let's get back to your calls. Head up to, I believe Todd is in Canada. If I can get him to click on here. Hey, good morning, Todd. How are we doing?
Not too bad. How you doing this morning, Steve?
Doing well. Thank you.
Great. I actually got onto your show. I was listening to, watching a YouTuber on YouTube, Cue Ball, and he had your show on there one night.
Yes.
And I started watching it and started picking up your show and been listening to you on Facebook Live and watching it tonight and everything else. Just want to talk to you about the things down in Texas and Oklahoma and all the stuff that's going on down there. It's kind of crazy because they don't get that kind of weather down there. They're not used to it.
Not normally.
Up in Canada, we're used to that kind of weather.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the CB radios go, the other caller that called in earlier about that was, there's a language barrier, and a lot of drivers don't have CBs in their trucks. I've been out here for 25 years, and I always have a CB in my truck. I can't go down the road without one. And with the weathers and everything else that goes on, it makes a lot of sense. You got to slow down and everything else. And it's kind of the way it's been lately with e-logs and everything else. People are got to get there, and they're under the time crunch, and it's just it's too bad what happened down there. There was 4 years ago, there was one in Michigan on 94 over in Kalamazoo. It was a big whiteout, big wreck over there. Do you remember seeing that?
Mm-hmm. I do, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's any more. It just seems like up in Canada here in Ontario, that's where I'm from, province of Ontario. I travel from the United States to Canada 99% of the time I'm in the United States. And there's a lot of people who are going down the highway in Ontario, and you don't hear nothing on the CB radio, nothing, until you get into the States. People talk more on the CB radio down there anymore.
Really? So you think they use it more here than they do there? That's interesting.
Yeah. CB radio is more popular in the United States than it is in Canada.
I'll be darned.
Like, I don't know if we even have any places around here like a CB shop, actually, like there is in the States. So it used to be all different truck stops that have CB shops and stuff like that. And up here, they don't have that. It's not a real big common thing here. But like the other caller was saying, too, everybody's on their phone with their apps and everything else. And I don't really do that. I listen to the CB most of the time, or I listen to the satellite radio for the weather on Road Dog.
Mm-hmm.
I used to actually listen to your dad back in the day when I started. I was 21 when I started running the States, and I had satellite radio. I remember your dad being on satellite radio, Truck and Bozo. In fact, I actually have a die-cast truck I bought through satellite radio with Truck and Bozo on the side of the trailer. I don't know if you remember.
I do remember those. Yeah, there was a time when I had a couple of die-cast tractor trailers also. Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I have that one and Bill Mack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something we'll do one of these days. We could get an overnight drive radio. Maybe that's something we can do one of these days.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually good that you come on the air. I picked you up, like I said, through a YouTuber on a channel, and I just been listening to you for the last 2 weeks, and every night I tune in on Facebook, and now I find that you have a website you can listen to and everything else. It's pretty neat.
That's great.
All right. I'll let you get to the next caller, Steve, and you have a good morning, and keep warm.
Yeah, speaking of which, I wanted to ask you, I mean, as cold as it is down here in the lower 48, I know you've had some really brutal conditions, there up in Canada. Yeah, how cold are you right about now? You know what your temp is?
We're at minus 10 Celsius, which actually it's mild. It was nice today on Sunday. Well, yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually nice. It was bearable. I was over in Iowa, and it was really cold in Iowa. And I worked my way down into Kansas. It was cold in Kansas. And coming across to Illinois, once I got northern Indiana, it was actually a little bit more warmer that I felt. Like I said, I'm out of Canada, so we go down to minus 25, minus 28 sometimes out in like Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. It gets pretty cold out there with the Stanley Clippers that run through there.
Yeah.
But another thing too is like with the fuel conditioners, people down in the southern states, like down in Texas and Arizona and New Mexico, they don't put the additive in the fuel, so people fuel up down there and they come back up north, and they don't have the additives in the fuel. Then you have gel problems and everything else. And with cold air, mixed with air, with trucks running air brakes, you have a problem with your trucks freezing up, your brakes freezing up, and stuff like that, and your rads can't keep up with the cold weather.
Well, Todd, I thank you so much for your call. Do you have you tried Hot Shot Secret products to date, or no?
No, but I've been looking at your their website and all that. I'm going to definitely try that. Actually, I have a 2007 Western Star, and I use another additive, and it's been working. But I'm always looking for something that works better.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was going to...
At their website, and it looks like it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I've got your phone number here, so how about I hook you up with, especially being like a first-time caller and whatnot, we're going to hook you up with a coupon code that'll be good for $60 in products, free shipping and everything in the mix there. How's that sound? You try some out?
Well, I'll call off my landline, so I don't know how that would work.
If you're on a landline, yeah, I'd need kind of like, you couldn't get a text message on that. Okay. Well, maybe we can, we got the number. Maybe we can find a way to just like give you a call or whatever and try to get you a code. How about that?
Yeah, that would work. Give me a call sometime through the week.
Okay.
Or actually, you know what? I'll call back in maybe through the week on my cell, or I'll just, actually what I could probably do is text you off my cell. That would probably be the best thing to do.
You could do that. You can text our toll-free number. How about that? The 844-844-3388. Yeah, that'll work. That'd be fine.
Right on. That sounds pretty good to me. I like your studio too. I was watching you online on Facebook. I like the way your studio is set up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we got you.
I like that with all the green lights and all that. And all the stuff across the back of you. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, we can change the color of all those lights too. So when we get to, I don't know what our next holiday is, what special kind of day is going to be, but I don't know. Maybe we should have had it red this morning because yesterday was Valentine's Day, right? Yeah, but we can, Halloween rolls around, we can make the lighting like an orange lighting, or we got all the colors of the spectrum in the mix. I was asking him about the cold there because it's the polar vortex, and that fresh batch of Arctic air made its way into Canada this past week. Leading to some major Canadian cities battling sub-zero temperatures through early this week. Of course, that cold now infiltrating the lower 48, challenging some numerous daily records. Canada's National Weather Service, known there as Environment Canada, reported a reading of minus 61 degrees Fahrenheit in the Northwest Territories Sunday. The lowest recorded temperature in the country since 2017. Now, the Northwest Territories, that's way up there, about 1,900 miles northwest of Toronto. Temperatures across the entire country would be below freezing this past weekend, a difficult feat given that you've got different climates from coastal locations to the prairies. On the West Coast, Vancouver, British Columbia hovered near or below freezing through Saturday night, while on the East Coast, St. John's Bay, Newfoundland, was in the 20s and will be so through the middle of this week. Sandwiched in between high temperatures from Edmonton, Alberta to Winnipeg, Manitoba, may struggle to reach 10 below. Yeah, that Arctic air not stopping there in Canada, though. As we move forward this week, temperature's going to be dropping rapidly across portions of the United States between now and early Tuesday. They tell us looks like Monday night's probably going to be the coldest night with this air mass. Now, the Northwest, you're in the deep freeze. Numerous daily records were set Friday. A number of low-temperature records were toppled in Montana, including one going back over 100 years. At 34 below zero in Lewistown, Montana. That was a new record, set back in 1905. Dunkirk, Montana hit minus 40 degrees. That's not wind chill, that's actual air temperature. One wave of cold air during the latter half of the first week of February. We saw multiple cities spent several days in constant sub-zero temperatures. From Minot and Grand Forks, North Dakota, you've spent more than a week with temperatures below zero, not even getting above zero, until maybe this afternoon, maybe not Tuesday. It may take till Tuesday afternoon until the city of Chicago is able to surpass 10 degrees on the plus side. Overnight low temperatures could challenge daily record lows in places like Minneapolis early this week. Now, any winds are going to make it feel 20, 30, 40 below zero. So bundle up. All right, looking at 12 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Let me get to Lester. What's going on this morning, Lester?
Hey, not much. Hey, not much. How you doing today, Steve?
Just fine. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was busy. I only had Saturday off.
Ah.
I just, sunshine's right. I came from Cincinnati to Dayton to Columbus, and then I got the 90-mile marker in Columbus, and there's a very fine freezing, I guess it's freezing rain mist that is started up here in Columbus. I'm on 70, and I know they're putting down the B2s though, but you could tell that it's freezing to the size of the windshield. And like Demon said, Demon was saying about people driving, the way they drive and everything. And he's right. He says that there is ways to detect if you got a problem with freezing rain. You can see the spray off of other tires, ice forming on your windshield, on the sides of the windshield, ice forming on the back sides of the mirrors. It's a lot of different telltale signs on how to see if you got ice forming, other than just a steady freezing rain, coming down. But that's and he's right about the CBs too. Most people have their CBs turned off until they run into a backup, and then when they run into a backup, they turn the CBs on, and then it's too late. I run with my CB on all the time, even when I'm listening to the radio. I keep it down lower, squelched out, and that way, if I see a backup or hear it on the CB, I can start making alternative plans to go around that backup. That way I can get the mail up to horse feathers faster.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Yeah, because he was saying that we have to detour all the time, and we do. And but I got a letter on here for him that it's going to go from Cincinnati to Dayton, and then we're going to take it all the way up to Maine, and then we're going to shoot it from Maine out to Utah to Florida, back to Cincinnati, and then back up to Maryland. That way, he gets it on time. But other than that, I mean, I guess it's going to be a rough night the rest of the night, with the freezing rain up here. It is freezing rain now because it's all over the windshield.
Really? Okay. So I guess it's just too light for the
Yep.
radar to pick up because I'm not seeing it on the radar, but I do see, that snow line is creeping in. So.
Yeah. I'm just headed on up to Pittsburgh. So I packed overnight bag just in case. Most likely I'll probably be staying up here tonight.
Yeah, because later
Don't know that for a fact, though.
today, once the snow moves in, I think we're all in that swath. I mean, hell, they're calling what, at 5 to 9 or 8 to 12 before it's all said and done.
Well, yeah, 8 to 12 is what I've been hearing, and it's like, oh boy, here we go. And if you're getting, I don't know, down in Cincinnati now, but up here, the freezing rain it's picking up. I'm up at about the 122 mile marker now, and on 70 eastbound, and it is picking up. The roads are. You can tell that they got moisture on the roads, but it's not really. I don't know if it's freezing out there yet, but you do have people that will continuously fly. The last time I called you when we were in that snowstorm, and we were doing 45 or 50 miles an hour, and where you couldn't even see the roads or anything.
Right.
And you got certain trucks that still want to pass you doing 70 miles an hour, fly by you. And if I can't see the road, they can't see the road. And then you go up about 5 or 6 miles ahead of them.
And they're in the ditch.
And then they're over in a medium. They're in the ditches. They're overturned and jackknifed and everything else. So what did that get them?
Yeah. Yeah.
That gets them absolutely nothing. And it's usually the same trucking companies all the time. But I don't know.
Well, Lester
I see Big Ed. He was on there. Big Ed was on there, and not one time did he say, "Are you with me, Steve?"
You're right. Yeah, for as long as we talked, he never said, "Are you with me?" It's either it's either "Are you with me?" or "Did I lose you?" Did I lose you?
Yeah, right. All right, Steve. Have a good night, and we will catch you later.
All right, be careful out there. I think you'll be all right getting up to Pittsburgh right now. Yeah, but it's going to be a different story. Yeah, come Monday night into Tuesday morning. A whole new ball game. All right, buckle up. Going to be good times. It's 844-844-3388. I had the story of course, on the heels of that horrific crash in Fort Worth last Thursday. There's a nurse in northern Texas who says she's feeling unbelievably blessed after surviving that massive crash. And she was leaving the crash site to begin her shift, only stopping halfway through her shift for her injuries to be tended to. She's one of those that were actually on the way to the job. And she was on I-35 a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. Rebecca Benson explains, on her way to work to begin her shift as a nurse when she saw the crash. Yeah, she knew the weather was going to be bad, but the roads were still pretty much dry. By the time she left her home, her commute was fine until she approached the bridge, where she began to lose control of her vehicle. As soon as I hit the bridge, she said, the black ice. My car started to spin out a little bit. Nothing crazy, so I was adjusted. While I was coming around the corner, I see the cars in front of me. I'm trying not to spin out and to figure out if I can stop. I mean, my foot was as close to going through the floorboard as it possibly could be, and I realized there's no stopping. There was a Coca-Cola semi-truck and a car hauler semi-truck that formed the shape of a V as she approached. She said, I aimed for the two trucks and prayed for my safety. After she crashed into the pileup, she said she tried to relax as more and more cars joined into the crash, yes, shaking each time a new car made a collision. I looked in my rearview mirror. I could see all these cars headed towards me. I think that was the scariest part, knowing I survived this part, but now the chances of me getting completely smashed by all these cars and semis coming up behind me. She was indeed pinned in her car in a scene that she described as something like a zombie movie, completely unable to get out. She was finally able to exit the vehicle after another person climbed over her car to help other people out. I could hear something on my roof, and I saw little legs coming down my windshield. Somebody ended up opening the back of my car, asking if I was okay. Then I was actually able to get out because all the doors were completely blocked. Despite the predicament, she called a nearby coworker and asked for a ride to work so she could begin her shift. She was given permission from the police at the scene to leave her car at the crash and hop over the barrier to her coworker's car. They were stuck on the highway for about 2 hours before they were able to make it to their work. She worked half a shift before getting her injuries checked out at the suggestion of her husband. But she says, I feel unbelievably blessed to have only sustained very minor injuries, neck pain, shoulder pain, bruising to the elbow, typical aches and pains. But, there were 6 fatalities, another 36 transported to a hospital, 65 more people that actually went to the hospital for medical care after leaving the accident scene. Wow. Now, she did say, and this is the question we've all been asking, how fast were all these vehicles going? She said we were probably coming in at a good 60 to 70 miles per hour before we hit the bridge. And some cars were so mangled, beyond definition. It's one of those deals. So she almost made it sound like the pavement was good to go. The bridges and overpasses always freeze first. We all know that well. But I think that's Eagle brought up the FedEx truck earlier, and you can't hear any can't hear the sound of any tires skidding or whatever. I don't think there was any skidding at all. There was no stopping. Everything was just an absolute glaze of ice on that bridge. And we're up to the top of yet another hour as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You want to know where this air is coming from, this cold air. It's coming straight from the North Pole. The core of the cold was found bleeding south over the plains Sunday morning. This air originated in Siberia and crossed the North Pole before moving south all the way down into North America. And boy, I look at some of these numbers. Numerous records are falling with this cold snap, even some all-time records, for example. One example is at Bottineau, North Dakota. Hit minus 51 Saturday morning, an all-time record. Bismarck reported a low of minus 28 Saturday. They were set at minus 25 Sunday morning. Grand Forks, North Dakota has not seen a temperature above 0 since February the 6th. And probably won't get above 0 till at least this afternoon. Saturday's high temperature was minus 12. That was a high after the morning low of minus 27. Minneapolis dropped below minus 10, 7 of the past 9 nights. Sunday's low was minus 17. Sub-zero readings also observed in Omaha, Des Moines, Chicago. International Falls set a daily record Saturday at minus 42 degrees. Man, it's cold. You better be treating that fuel. All right, let's get back to your calls here on a Monday morning. Yes, heat wave. We could use a bit of a heat wave right about now.
Yeah, I bet we could. How about that global warming, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't let them tell you it's global warming, because anything that's bad, either one way of the pendulum or the other, it's always global warming. If it wouldn't have been for this, then we wouldn't have had that. So, Ed, last Wednesday or Thursday, he was fussing at you for giving him them bad temperature readings or whatnot about the bad weather.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, was he with you? Did he have to go to your place for refuge?
I know. If he showed up, I wasn't here, so.
Oh, well, yeah. So, anyways, I had a few more things. I didn't know if I got cut off from the hills that I was in a while ago or not. But as far as the CBs go, I haven't run a CB in a truck since I was hauling sand here back in 2013 for a couple of months. Of course, you have to have that CB radio to talk to the scale master and figure out what type of sand you need for the oil wells out there fracking. The reason why I don't run with a CB is because I'm just tired of listening to the roadside Rambos, the roadside lawyers, and the commercial company that is on it. If you squelch it down too low, well, you can't hear nothing except for the person in front of you. And if you have the squelch up too high, well, then you're hearing, static from Mars, and you really don't want to listen to that all the time, or at least I don't. So I just use common sense, which really ain't that common around here, to see what the weather's like, what the road conditions are, and just drive accordingly. So, and Chris was saying Friday that he's checked the scent. So all I can say to Chris is, Jacques mas. And he probably knows what that means, and he'll probably come back and give me the answer.
Oh yeah.
At where I grew up in Texas, we have they didn't call themselves Czechs; they called themselves Bohemians, because that's what Czechoslovakia was before it became Czechoslovakia. It was Bohemia, and so we had the East Bell County Bohemian Brass Band. We had the East Bell County Bohemians playing football with us Germans. So, we were the original Bodutch. We was Bohemians and Germans. So we like our cold, we like our pivo cold, and we like our kolaches with all sorts of good things in the center. Get the politics. With this farce that they've gone through the second time around, now they're talking about trying to go, is it Article 14 or Amendment 14?
I think Article 14 of the Constitution, I believe, is what they called it. Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I was thinking Amendment 14 to the Bill of Rights, and I'm thinking, what does your birthright have to do about being, getting impeached? But what is Article 14 exactly?
An old Civil War era where you can bar someone from holding office for participating in insurrection. That's the way it's worded, participating.
Okay, so that's where the term carpetbagger came from, because anyone in the South that was in a government position of power, they were disbarred from being that. So everybody from the north came down with their carpet bags and became the lawmakers of the South until the next generation of Southerners could legitimately come back and become politicians. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't see where that would go with, as far as Trump. I mean, he didn't incite a riot, because you can't incite something that was already pre-planned prior to you saying, we need to fight them like hell, while you're sitting there giving a speech to a community or whatever it was that he was at a rally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're inciting a riot, I mean that means like you've already struck the match to the line going to the dynamite. And he didn't do that. He was just talking everyday words, just like all them other Democrats were saying. Resist, get in their face, force them back, tell them they're not wanted. Trump's lawyers I think they did an absolutely fantastic job of showing, if Trump can be impeached or called for impeachment for saying fight like hell for your rights, then the Democrats, I mean, they got more than a handful of people that could be impeached. And as far as Kamala Harris goes, with her having the raising funds to get these people, the rioters, bailed from jail so they could go out and do it again. I mean, that sounds like to me that would be what they call contributing to riots by getting those people out of jail with bail money. I think she should be the first one to be impeached here in 2 years, because I'm pretty sure that after 2 years of this nonsense, people are going to get wise, especially on the left, and say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and since we're the gander, we're going to be next. And they're going to just say, let's get these people out and put some common sense back in.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as Republicans go, there's 7 rhinos out there that they really ought to just go ahead and change party affiliation, because they're not of the Republican conservative values that I have, that you have, that a lot of other people have. I think they're just names with a letter at the end of it, so they can make it look like they're fighting for the people when they're actually doing nothing but fighting for themselves. A lot of those people, senators like Romney, since I'm here in Utah, they were begging Trump for help, and Trump gave them his support. They won, and here they are turning right around and stabbing the man in the back. It's like, what? Just drop all pretense. You're not a Republican. You're an absolute Democrat. So I'm afraid we're going to be really hurting after 2 years. And the only good thing I can say is, with all these executive orders that Biden has, put in place, well, the next Republican president can go ahead and undo all them executive orders. And if we have a House and a Senate run that's fully Republican, or have the vast majority, then we can do it. These plans that Trump's done, do it through the Senate, do it through the House, and then have the final stamp of approval by the White House. And it's going to take a hell of a lot more than just an executive order to undo what is done via the process of making bills into laws. So I guess with that, Senor, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I do appreciate you taking me on a second time around, and we'll holler at you tomorrow.
Hey, thank you much. Good to hear from you, Heatwave. Be safe out there. Yep. Find a way to stay warm, because that's getting pretty difficult right about now. All right, looking at 16 past the hour. A couple of industry headlines real quick, like on a Monday morning. In a meeting with the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee late last week, Joe Biden stressing the importance of Republicans and Democrats working together to create a sustainable infrastructure plan. We want to talk about infrastructure, and this committee is central to everything that's going to happen, he said. I've been around long enough that it used to be infrastructure was not a Democrat or Republican issue. There's not many Republican or Democrat roads and bridges and so on. Kamala Harris attended the meeting in the Oval Office, and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg attended virtually. According to the news release, the meeting was held to discuss the critical need for investing in modern, sustainable infrastructure. By doing so, we'd be able to deliver jobs to communities across the country. They also reiterated their commitment to making sure no workers are left behind. How we're going to bring construction, manufacturing, engineering, skilled trades with the choice to join a union directly to the communities that are too often left behind. That all sounds fine and dandy, doesn't it? Yeah, sounds like a plan. Okay. No details on the plan or how it was going to be funded were revealed. Last summer, Democrats pushed for a $1.5 trillion Invest in America Act, as you'll recall, that stalled in the Senate. It's not clear what the next bill is going to be looking like, but we also see that Representative Peter DeFazio, chairman of the Transportation Committee, said during a markup hearing, he promised OOIDA's Todd Spencer to, in his words, meaningfully address the truck parking crisis in the next highway bill. So, DeFazio said, I had a long talk with Todd Spencer with OOIDA last week. We delved into many issues, but one of the most prominent was truck parking. I promised him we will meaningfully address that issue in a highway bill, and I'll be happy to work with you on where we can access the Highway Trust Fund and dedicate some money for the truck parking issue. All right, get back to the calls here, and let's see what's going on with Philip this morning. Guess you're headed off to work somewhere this morning. What's going on, Philip?
Yeah, just heading to work, bud. Going down to work for the Mouse this morning.
Oh, yeah?
How you doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, what's the temperature right now in International Falls, Minnesota?
I'd have to pull that up. Let's just say it's mighty damn cold.
Yeah, because that's supposed to be the damn coldest place in the United States, right?
Yeah, they typically, always the coldest spot this time of year.
I know when I drove a truck, it's the coldest place I'd ever been. I never did go up into Canada or Alaska, but that was probably the coldest place that I ever was. I was listening to a lot of the comments earlier about driving conditions and all that, and a lot of the guys are bringing up valid points. I remember back when I was learning how to drive, and especially learning how to drive on snow and ice, you just look for the signs. When the road starts sparkling, you throttle it down. Look at the back of your mirrors and see if that ice is forming on the back of your mirrors. And the mirrors we had back then were before we had all that moto mirrors and all that fancy adjustment stuff. But yeah, that's what you do. I mean, you gotta drive yourself conditions. And those two accidents out in Texas and Iowa, that was just plain out too fast for conditions. I mean, you can see it by the amount of vehicles that were piled up. If people were driving right, you wouldn't have that many people or that many vehicles piled up like that, because the ones that were driving right would have been broke off on the end. But there was so much, they were so close together, there was no way that they could recover from it. Did you say earlier that nurse was driving, that said they were driving 60 to 70 miles an hour before they hit that bridge?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so basically picture driving that fast and just having it taken out from underneath you and not knowing where you're going. You're just along for the ride.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, that's it. You're just in a slide. Anybody that drives ice or drives snow or any of that stuff that knows, they should know better that when you run on a bridge, you got to pay attention when you're running on bridges, no matter you're running snow, ice, rain, or whatever, because they'll slick out because of the way the pavement transitions. How many times you've been in construction, Steve, and drove your car, even just your vehicle and car, and seen the transitioning pavement? Now picture that with bridges. You're going from concrete to asphalt and all this other stuff. So that's my 2 cents on that one. As far as the impeachment goes, I think we wasted $33 million for nothing on that again. I wonder if we spent the same amount the first time that they tried doing that to President Trump.
I think
you think they spent that much on it?
Probably more that time, because it was more a much longer, drawn out trial the first time around.
I mean, $33 million. There's a lot of things we can do with $33 million in that mess.
Sure is.
And that's right. I said it's a mess. I don't know. Have you heard any more about the down here? I know they had canceled it. We've been getting rain the last couple of days. So I know that weather probably had a play in it.
I haven't seen anything.
Michael McDonough.
Yes, Michael McDonough. Anybody familiar with that guy?
Yeah, let me tell you what. I don't think is Love's in the affiliation with Pilot and Flying J and all those other truck stops.
Love's is.
Are they their own company?
Love's is their own company. Then you got TA Petro together. Then Pilot, Flying J together.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. McDonald. I appreciate it. And I want to appreciate Austin Dillon the other night. He put a run on that went on pretty good. I said I was going to throw NASCAR off, and I tried, but I got to look at it this way. I got to look at everybody in the field. I ain't got to look at just a few that just want to act political. So I can't throw it against the other guys. But I'll tell you what, that big wreck they had on that first 15 laps there, that was, if you want to know driving too fast for conditions, there you go. Them young guys were out there, they were fighting, they were driving way too fast. So that's all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right, and answer a couple of your questions. It is minus 31 in International Falls right now, 31 below zero. Air temperature, not wind chill, air temperature. And they're not forecast to get above the freezing mark. They're not supposed to get above 32. I mean, I'm looking at the 10-day outlook. They take it all the way up to the 28th of February. And on the 22nd, the forecast high right now is 32, but every day other than that is below the 32-degree mark. And we'll see if they get the freezing mark between now and the end of the month. Other question was, yes, the SpaceX launch, which was supposed to occur at 11:21 this past evening. That has been postponed. It is now expected to launch Monday night. And that was the update due to unfavorable weather, now targeting Monday, February the 15th at 11:59 p.m. That's the next Falcon 9 launch of Starlink satellites. And currently they're saying there's a 60% chance of good launch weather for later on tonight, Monday night. Been a very busy schedule, though. It indeed has been. Let me see here if Eagle's still awake with us. Eagle, you hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to talk about a couple more things with the weather and talk about this Trump situation. Yeah, like I told you, Steve, I'm in San Antonio right now, and temperature on my phone says that it's about 8 degrees outside in San Antonio, and it's still snowing, icing. So, yeah, San Antonio is going to be a skating rink tomorrow morning with all the bad weather. Anybody that's in Texas right now, these truck drivers is rolling to Dallas. You might want to stay where you at because Dallas is supposed to be pretty bad, too. Tomorrow morning, they telling a lot of people in Texas to stay at home and not to drive. The governor of the state of Texas has declared a state of emergency in the state of Texas.
Right.
you know, a lot of people, you know, they laughing and joking around. You know, they saying that, you know, they laughing at Texas because, you know, in other cities and places, Canada and Michigan and Ohio, this, you know, this wouldn't even faze these people. It's just another day. But like I said in my first call, people in Texas are not used to this type of weather and, you know, an inch of snow. That's not a lot of snow, but an inch of snow in Texas is a big deal, you know, in certain parts of Texas, Dallas, Houston, you know, San Antonio, they're not used to having these type of things. So don't laugh at Texas too much when it comes to weather because people are not used to this type of situation. But, yeah, like I say, but, you know, the crazy thing about this weather is in Texas is I know that some places, they're going to stay cold at least this time next week. From what they're saying, it's going to be 60, 70 degrees in San Antonio and Houston and Dallas and all these areas. And from what I was looking at on my phone, Steve, while I was waiting on Chicago, they've been in a deep freeze. I think they're saying temperature is not going to be above 32 degrees for almost 3 weeks in Chicago. They're in a real deep freeze in Chicago, so I definitely don't want to be nowhere near that place. I feel sorry for people that have to live in Chicago because they don't get no relief from the cold weather. It's going to be a while before it starts getting warm in those cities. So that's, you know, hopefully they'll be able to, you know, take care of it and everything. But, you know, Steve, you know, it's no surprise. Like I say, all they did, I told you this weeks ago, all they did was waste money and time on this bogus impeachment that they just did. I think that's the reason why they came down with the decision on Saturday, because they knew a lot of people was going to be occupied with other things. They weren't going to be watching the news, you know, if they would have brought it out on Friday, a lot more people would have been, you know, checking it out. But they brought it out on Saturday because they knew that people wouldn't go be busy with other things. So, like I said, they acquitted Donald Trump, which any obvious individual that knew the rules and people that listened to people like Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh and Mark Levin, these individuals, they already knew that you cannot impeach a man that's not in the White House anymore, that's sitting president. Donald Trump is a private citizen now. Mm-hmm. You cannot convict a man of treason. I mean, not treason. Well, you can't impeach a man if he's no longer in the White House. And so this was nothing but a bogus, embarrassing situation for everybody. And Donald Trump, he brought out a video on Friday when his lawyers was in court showing all the things that the Democrats had said in the past. You know, you might want to check it out, what they've said in the last couple of years against Donald Trump. And Donald Trump didn't say anything no worse than what Maxine Waters, AOC and the Squad and anybody else that called himself a Democrat has said in the last 4 years. So they had no choice but to find Trump not guilty. But the people I'm concerned with the most are these 6 or 7 Republicans that decided to vote against Donald Trump. Those people, hopefully those people in those states where those individuals reside at, they will no longer support these individuals and make sure that they don't get back in office. Get back into the Congress or Senate in the upcoming election for these individuals, since they decided to turn their back on Donald Trump and show that they're not really a Republican. They just basically, as I like to say, a Democrat posing as a Republican. That's all they're doing. You know, like I said, there was one guy that showed Donald, Trump. There was a guy down in Georgia, black guy. I think he's from Georgia, Vernon something. I don't remember what this guy's name was. But at least he had the guts to admit to what the situation. He was a Democrat, and he got tired of dealing with those people, and he announced that he was going to be a Republican. And I think that's what these loser Democrats should do. Republicans should do. They call themselves. They ought to just go ahead on and change their party affiliation to the Democrats and let somebody else have a job that actually wants to represent the Republicans. The way I see it, I'm fed up with these people like Mitt Romney and John McCain's and that lady up there in Maine. I forgot what her name is. these people that every time they have a vote, they always seem to go with the Democrats. If you want to be a Democrat, go ahead and change your allegiance and be a Democrat. The way
You got like Susan Collins, who you're talking about up in Maine. Yeah, it was your typical bunch. Yeah, that's why they call them rhinos, Eagle. Rhinos, Republican in name only. Yeah, Trump Jr. this past day said with Republicans like Mitt Romney, who needs Democrats? Which that is so true. But we get a quick break in here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Well, in Colorado, there is a road finally cleared after the DOT blew up a giant boulder, blocking vehicles from passing through. So Colorado 145, just north of the small community of Stoner, at mile point 27. This past Friday, there were no vehicles involved in the initial rock fall, but this boulder, blocking pretty much the entire southbound lanes of the highway. They tweeted a photo of the rock with a caption describing it as a large boulder the size of a large boulder. Do what? Okay. That tweet has since gone viral with over 50,000 retweets and thousands of responses to the oddly obvious caption. A large boulder the size of a large boulder. Anyway, this past Friday, crews performed initial blasting operations. Much of the blasted rubble was pushed aside, but a portion of what they described as the 200-ton boulder still on the road, and they're going to have to do some additional blasting. Okay. It looks like it's, I guess they've finished the blasting at this point in time, but what's going on with the big moose?
Oh, not too much. They sure that's a 200-pound or 200-ton boulder, or is that Rosie O'Donnell out there asleep in the hammer lane?
Could be either one, Big Moose. I'm not sure.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, I'm just trying to play catch up here. I got a late start this morning. I had truck laid down on me. I had the airline ruptured on it. Had a guy supposed to be in there at 9 o'clock last night to fix it. He didn't get there till about midnight, so I slept in. I just got rolling there about 45 minutes ago.
Wow.
But I haven't seen no sign of nothing yet. It's powder dry, just cold up here where I'm at. I'm up here north, about 35 miles north of Dayton. So,
well, the snow should be knocking on your door any time now, based on what I'm seeing on the radar. It has started snowing outside the Hot Shot Secret Studio bunker here.
Well, lovely. Well, hopefully I'll be done about 10 o'clock, so maybe I'll miss the worst of it.
I think the worst, I mean, this morning snow is supposed to be, a lighter snow, just, an inch or two kind of thing. It's later on today when the next band comes in, and that's going to be the heavy band, they're saying, with the 5 to 9.
That's when the White Death comes.
That's correct.
Man, what a lying SOB Al Gore turned out to be, right? I ain't never seen nothing that this global warming, we're all going to freeze to death.
It's kind of funny that you would even mention that, because I just had a story in front of me a minute ago from the Weather Channel, where they're, for anyone that's saying, obviously with these cold weather does not mean climate change isn't happening. Just because you're cold, it's.
Well, here's my thing with the whole climate change deal. Everybody
when every time we get a cold day or a hot day, there's always a record from 100 years ago that we just barely beat or we haven't beat yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if all of those same temperatures were happening 100 years ago, was it climate change them too? I tell you what I think it is a COS, and that's a crock of use your imagination.
Yes, sir.
Did you see where the good folks at the BLM is trying to get the Cracker Barrel to change their name and their signs?
I did not, no.
Yeah, look at that. They're saying that it's racist. The Cracker Barrel is racist because the cracker was the slave driver that cracked the whip. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Honest to God, look it up. You'll find it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, saying that the Cracker Barrel is a racist organization. And I tell you what, that really disappointed me because I was planning on retiring and start me up a little restaurant called the Honky Keg.
That sounds like something right up your alley there.
Hey, well, another thing, too, I think BLM's missing the boat. I think we need to get a BIM, Black Ice Matters, because as you can see in Texas, if they'd have got the same attention that the white ice got, maybe we wouldn't have had that pile up.
Yeah.
It's just something for my good Tom Simp buddies to think about there on the left side of the aisle. Oh, but with that, I'll say, if I think they're at the point now, if they can't find something, they just make something up. If they can't find anything that they can twist or discombobulate to suit their agenda, they'll just make something up that offends them at this point.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm just a crotchety old man that's suffered from white privilege all his life. That's the reason that my knees are all broke down, my back's all bent over. I smoke 3 packs a day, and my lungs look like the air cleaner on a KW. But hey, speaking of air cleaners on a KW, you guys were talking about maybe getting some die-cast trucks going with your logo on them there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, man, do something snazzy if you get a chance. Get us a Brockway or a Marmon or an old Klein or something. Make it a classy old truck. You don't want to see one of these old anteater looking things going down the road. If we got a choice in the model, get us something got a little class to it.
Class, okay.
Audi car even. Hell, Audi car be all right.
So you don't like like a big old Pete 379 or something?
No, Lord.
No.
Let me tell you, I'm 7 foot tall, 400 freaking pounds. Them little old narrow cab trucks is for the birds, man. They just ain't. I like the looks of them. I do 379, W900, and everything, but I get up in the thing, I go to stretch my right arm out, I punch the passenger side window out. I ain't got no. I like a large car myself. I tell you what, I prefer them old cab overs. I've got Freightliner tattooed on my posterior because I've spent a lot of money with that organization over the years. But I tell you, of all the trucks I've drove over the years, I like that old Emeryville International the best. I like that old Emeryville cab over. That was probably my favorite truck.
So the good old days, Big Moose likes the good old, the classic cars, as you call it, the classic trucks. All right, looking at about 15 before the hour, and someone chimed in here. I'm going to see if I can punch back over to the little message board. Let's see. Sorry, Steve, I'm tuning in late. Have you heard anything about the Taliban pipeline that President Biden is supporting? Yeah, I did see a headline in regards to that, so I went back and pulled it up. This is going back several days ago. Yeah, it's not good for us, but it's good for them. That's a pipeline. On his first day in office, of course, Joe canceled permits for the Keystone The environmentalist and the anti-fossil fuel activist should not have applauded his move. After all, Canada will not stop extracting oil from the tar sands of northern Alberta. Instead, they'll simply export oil over existing pipelines or to the Pacific Ocean, where the damage from a potential spill would be harder to address. And we all know the jobs that were canceled with that. It also shakes confidence in U.S. business. Who would invest in the country if any future administration can simply renege on deals with the stroke of a pen, which we did with Canada? We reneged on them, especially when that investment involved the billions of dollars. But his hypocrisy was stunning, even for a politician who spent half a century in Washington. Consider that while, where's the deal now? While Biden is killing a pipeline from which the public could benefit here in the U.S., he is promoting a pipeline to enrich both one of the world's worst dictatorships and a group responsible for thousands of U.S. deaths. We have apparently brokered a meeting between the Turkmenistan government and the Taliban for what they're calling a trans-Afghanistan pipeline to bring Turkmen gas across Afghanistan and Pakistan to India. Now, if that scheme sounds familiar, it should. It was the same deal that now Special Envoy Zalmay Khalilzad sought to make with the Taliban in the years before the September 11 attacks, when he was a consulate for the Unocal Corporation. Now, his scheme was bad policy 2 decades ago, and it's even worse now. Put aside the environmental arguments and consider profit. Freedom House's latest report ranks Turkmenistan as among the world's worst offenders, below even North Korea in terms of freedom and civil liberties. To promote the export of Turkmen gas is to entrench that regime even further. Part of the deal is then paying the Taliban protection money or transit fees for the pipeline transiting Afghan territory. Not only would that undermine the elected Afghanistan government even further, but it would also reward the Taliban for insurgency to the tune of tens of millions of dollars every month. Who needs Russian bounties on U.S. soldiers when the State Department has crafted a scheme to reward the Taliban beyond their wildest dreams? Wow. That's from Michael Rubin and the Washington Examiner. That's the scoop. Biden kills pipelines at home but promotes them for the Taliban. All right, let me get back to your calls here. Ranger Jack got you coming up here just ahead. Hang in there. Sylvester's on the line, checking in where it ain't snowing, it ain't freezing rain. It's what, a beautiful 72 degrees? Is that correct?
Oh, it's cooled down now, man. The sun's down now, so it's probably 70.
Oh.
I know. It's getting so cold. Yeah, it's so bad. Yeah, and you saw by the pictures, we were so cold there. Yeah, it's a rough life for someone who's got it. It never gets anywhere near that cold here. And I try to explain to people, like you're talking about International Falls. I actually have that like permanently on my weather app. So when Aussies start going, oh, it's so cold, and it's like 45 degrees, I'll pull it up. It'll be minus 40 degrees.
Yeah.
International Falls, and they're going like, man, that's cold. Then they say, well, is that Fahrenheit or is that Celsius? I said, well, that's actually Fahrenheit and Celsius are exactly the same at minus 40.
It's that cold,
really
yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, shit. So did you see the articles I sent you in the email?
Yeah, I did.
China?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, you were kind of questioning, well, what the hell's actually going on?
Yeah. So, with all that's going on right now, with the U.S. concentrating on Biden and what's going on with Biden, and the other things that are going on, the bad weather and things like that, people really need to start looking outside the U.S. because there's a lot of stuff going on that the U.S. needs to know about. The WHO and their investigators are in Wuhan right now, and they're saying now that the outbreak was much more widespread. I mean, this is something we already know, of course, was much more widespread than they actually reported. It also had spread much greater in China than was reported. Their numbers are nowhere near what they really were. And of course, the WHO, which I hold no love for whatsoever, will probably come back and say, you guys really dropped the ball on this, which of course I believe they did it deliberately. And allowed it to get out of hand. I think they looked at it and went, oh, actually, this is not as bad because we're protected, being the oligarchy that runs the Chinese country, not the people. Because the people are expendable. They're just no more worth than dogs or machines in China. And they probably looked at it and said, hey, we have an opportunity here. Let's let this the cat out of the bag, and we can profit immensely. If you look at their economic growth for every month over the last 2 years, you'll see that there was a significant drop when President Trump started, pushing back on them. And then they had to float their currency because they were tied to the U.S. dollar. And then as soon as that happened, funny enough, that's when this whole thing with COVID hit. Or right after that. And so if you look at their financial numbers immediately following December 2019, they had a significant turn down for about 2 months, 3 months. And it looked really, really, really bad for China. Now look at their numbers. Their growth numbers are back to where they were because they have converted a large number of factories that originally, like for example, Ryobi inflators is one example. A company called TTI produces them, but they sell 2 different versions here in Australia. One's the inflator, deflator. The other one's just the straight inflator, car inflator. And they converted those factories to produce PPE to sell overseas. That's just one example of many, many, many examples. And of course, they're not selling the inflators. We can get them over here. But man, we got lots of masks, man. Oh man, we got masks. And the way things have been running over here, every time there's an outbreak, everybody panics. And everybody keeps saying, well, at least we're not like everybody else. At least we're not like everybody else. Look what's happening in England. Look what's happening in Spain. Look what's happening in the U.S., Brazil, blah, blah, blah. But what they're not seeing is how the suicide rates have gone up 150%. They're not seeing that domestic violence has gone up over 70% in this country. Divorce rates have just gone through the roof because women and men are both finding out that their spouses were cheating because they have to stay at home with them and they're not able to hide like they were. They're also finding out that Australia, as an example, has a lot of money coming in from tourism and from foreign investment. A big chunk of that is from China. So, give you an example. a few months ago, Scott Morrison said, look, we need to have an account. We need to hold the Chinese accountable, and we want an investigation to find about the source of where this virus has come from. Scott Morrison is our prime minister. And so immediately the Chinese just, passed a brick, and we're not very happy. And they started putting sanctions on Australian products. The first thing that they put a sanction on was Australian-grown seafood, primarily crayfish, which are like lobsters, but they're not. They don't have pincers. They don't have the claws.
Mm-hmm.
And so that caused billions of dollars of damage to the Australian economy. The next thing that they hit was our wine industry. They've done that twice now. They've actually increased tariffs on the wine. They've 100% increase in the tariffs on Australian wines, which is China actually is the largest location that Australia ships wine to outside of Australia. And there's actually more wine sold to China than there is anywhere else from Australia, et cetera. I could go on. There, a lot of the mining, coal, because a large portion of the coal that they use in China actually comes from Australia. Live cattle exportation and live sheep exportation going to China has also been cut back. So they're hurting the Australian economy because of just wanting an investigation into what's going on or what went on. These people are not our friends. What's going on in the South China Sea right now is troubling.
And I think he's referring to the whole scenario of, and he sent me several links, which we'll dig into those coming up here momentarily. Yeah, where we've got two U.S. aircraft carrier groups that are operating, and supposedly it's what they call a show of force for some of what's been going on with China and their operations there. All right. Meanwhile, our number is 844-3388. We'll get a quick break in here and come back with our final hour. Got to do a phone reset. So we will come back with more. If you were hanging in there, dial us back up, and we'll get you back online. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There, I got our final hour underway here on a Back to Work Monday. Back at it. Let me see. Sylvester sent me an email. Not sure why I dropped out. Sorry if I was too long-winded. No, you dropped out because we hit that 4-hour mark. I didn't do a phone reset. That's what you got cut off. During the break there, I did a reset. We're good to go. Chevy guy's back online with us. And the articles Sylvester had sent me over the weekend. He said what he's talking about, the South China, things are kind of troubling in his mind. First story, 2 U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike groups began operations in the disputed waters of the South China Sea last Tuesday. The latest show of naval capabilities as we pledge to stand firm against Chinese territorial claims. The USS Theodore Roosevelt and the USS Nimitz and their accompanying guided missile cruisers and destroyers showing the U.S. Navy's ability to operate in highly trafficked, challenging environments, according to the U.S. Navy in a statement. The 2 strike groups have about 120 combat aircraft between them. China claims almost all the 1.3 million square miles South China Sea. Since 2014, they have transformed obscure reefs and sandbars into man-made artificial islands fortified with missiles, runways, weapon systems, antagonizing governments with overlapping claims, including the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Taiwan. Beijing reacted harshly 7 months ago when the U.S. deployed 2 carrier strike groups there for the first time in 6 years. 2 carriers had operated in tandem in the South China Sea. Again, they go into the whole harsh reaction from those 7 years ago. But the U.S. Navy said they've been following international rules on 2 occasions in the past week as it challenges Chinese claims in the Pacific. Last Thursday, they sent the guided missile destroyer, the USS John S. McCain, through the Taiwan Strait, separating China from the self-governed Taiwan. Friday, the same warship steamed near the Chinese-claimed Parcel Islands in the South China Sea. Friday's so-called freedom of navigation operation near the Parcels upheld the rights, freedoms, and lawful uses of the sea recognized in international law, said the statement from the U.S. Navy. U.S. Rear Admiral Doug Versomo, commander, Carrier Strike Group 9, led by the Roosevelt, said Tuesday's dual carrier operation was performed to ensure we are tactically proficient to meet the challenge of maintaining peace, and we're able to continue to show our partners and allies in that region we're committed to promoting a free, open Indo-Pacific. All right, some of the challenges facing right now, I guess, see, because China did not waste any time whatsoever in trying to ruffle some feathers with the change in leadership. Outgoing Donald Trump, incoming Joe Biden. Let's test the waters. How far can we push the United States? And, well, for the moment, it appears that we're going to stand firm. I hope that's the case. All right, lines available around the country. It's 844-844-3388. And we get to Chevy Guy this morning. Hello there, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Yeah, I shared a post that shows a man in the White House carrying a Confederate flag, and I guess he was from Delaware, and he was a registered Democrat. And his last name was Seafried, and they had the name on the picture. I don't like sharing a bunch of this stuff if they don't have a name. I was able to Google that name, that man's name. It's in several stories, different publications, I guess. But, yeah, that's proof that you had a registered Democrat right there in the White House carrying a Confederate flag in South Carolina. That flag don't bother me none. It don't mean hate. But it just, I expect to see a whole lot more of this. I just really, this is going to be recorded in history when everything comes out. It's not going to, the Democrats ain't going to look good for doing this. And I think it really has put in the resolve conservatives to even fight harder and to fight harder for the next 2 years. We're going to have a lot more people in the line, too, and they've lost their jobs and the fuel prices are jumping up. You know what? Those highways that Biden wants to rebuild, they would have been a whole lot easier to build with the oil money coming from the pipeline. So I don't see it going anywhere. It needs to be done, that's for sure. And this thing with China, I've expected a lot worse than what they've done. I guess they flew planes over Taiwan.
Yes.
And been showing a big show of force in Taiwan.
Yep.
Anyway. but we've got a treaty with Taiwan, I guess, that we'll stand up for them if they ever are attacked, and that's worrisome. And I'm not worried about the coral bases that China puts up. Those are just stationary targets. And when you think of it, we had 2 U.S. Navy destroyers fire at into Syria, 200 miles. 59 of them hit their target. That's 2 U.S. destroyers. So I imagine that every destroyer out there guarding the battleship fleet, aircraft carrier, they're going to have plenty of protection. It's the movable assets that you have to worry about. And oddly enough, I think last year or the year before last was the first time a U.S. Navy destroyer pulled into Saigon or Hanoi, one of the two. And they're begging the Vietnamese are begging America to come back to them now. So it's and their biggest threat is China. So I guess I expect China to do a lot more than what they're doing, but it's going to be interesting. We just have to sit back and find out what's going to happen. And truthfully, I've been watching a couple of these videos where this girl goes around to colleges, to this college and that college, and they ask, well, why did you vote for Biden? And none of them could give her an answer. Why did you vote against Trump? And it was just insults, nobody has, it's college. I'm a truck driver, all right? I try to get everybody I know to vote. Even Democrats. And why? Because I believe when a man actually has to put his vote on the line, he studies about who he's going to vote for and get that. Like me, I registered in 79 or whatever. I registered as a Democrat when I got out of the Navy. And when I had the choice between Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan, I heard about Reagan, I said, well, I agree with that guy. So as a registered Republican or Democrat, I never one time have voted for a Democrat. I ended up changing my registration, but yeah, I voted for Ronald Reagan, and I ain't left the party since. But boy, I tell you what, the party sure has left us. But I think we owned the rhinos. The rhinos had to stay close to us to keep from getting burnt. And I believe we can do this again. I believe we can get. I hated to hear Susan Collins say this. The era of Trump is over with. No, there's 74 million Americans out there that Trump was speaking for. We ain't going nowhere. And other than that, I want to sit back and copy the mail, enjoy the trip in the rocket chair. Tim Boy.
All right. Yeah, be safe out there, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning. Have a good week. We'll chat again. All right, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. I wasn't really at all surprised when I saw the headline because I think many of us, speaking about the coronavirus, going back to when it all first started unfolding, it was supposed to be like, February, March of 2020? That's when we were told that it was breaking out in Wuhan, China, the whole fish market scenario. Well, believe it or not, it's kind of a bombshell report where the World Health Organization's investigation into the origins of COVID-19 has found potentially 13 different strains of the virus in December of 2019. Suggesting the virus had gone undetected for quite some time. We're talking today about these varying mutations. If there were already 13 different strains in China in December of 2019, that bug had been spreading in China a hell of a lot longer than anyone realized, or maybe longer than China wanted to admit. The World Health Organization investigator said the virus was circulating widely in Wuhan in December. That's a new finding. Chinese scientists presented 174 severe cases of the virus in December of 2019, suggesting more than 1,000 might have been infected already. We haven't done any modeling of that since, but we know in big ballpark figures, out of the infected population, about 15% end up severe cases, and the vast majority are mild cases. So as there was already genetic diversity sequences sampled from Wuhan in December of 2019, that means the virus was circulated for quite a time longer than that 1 month alone. This data fits with another analysis that the virus emerged in the human population earlier than December of 2019, and there was a period of cryptic transmission before it was detected in the Wuhan market. Now remember, in that time frame, we didn't have any restrictions on travel to and from China. Individuals from China were coming in and out of the United States on a daily basis, hundreds and thousands of them. Okay. So according to the World Health Organization, some of these strains may have come from the markets. Some are not linked to the markets. That's something we found as part of our mission. All right, I just found that rather interesting. Let's get back to your calls here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. And the reason it's interesting to me is because I know some people say, hell, I think I had that virus. Yeah, back in the late fall, early winter of 2019. Yeah, I got sick, thought I was going to die. And it very well may have been. What's happening this morning, Larry? Happy Monday.
Good morning. Well, it's a Monday. I'm not sure about the happy part yet.
Yeah.
I'm checking out things in southern Indiana here, and 64 is pretty rough. And I just got off of 64 in the town of New Albany, and I'm going on some roads that I'm breaking tracks. So my gut tells me that the snow has only been falling here for probably, maybe a couple hours at best. And the road crews have not had the chance to catch up because the primary roads are touched, but that's it.
Okay.
And I guess that's what you're hearing across the Midwest here. Pretty much the same.
That would be pretty much correct. Yeah, I know that we're getting a little bit of it's been really light snow last hour or two here. It's not mounting much of anything just yet. It sounds like later today is when it's supposed to get really ugly.
Yeah, I'm only seeing on the cars that are parked, I'm only seeing about an inch maybe at most. And for the most part, it seems like it has stopped accumulating. But even at best, you're going to take probably 3 hours for the road crews to hit the main roads, and then it'll be the rest of the day to hit the secondary roads. But to your point, that second wave's going to come in, so they're going to be behind the 8 ball all day long.
Yep.
Parking lots are not even touched. I mean, there's a few country boys out here with their pickup trucks, and a few of the parking lots I'm seeing, but that's about it. It's going to be a treacherous day. I've talked to some of the other companies in the area, and for the most part, I don't think anybody's going to be running except for their hospitals and that kind of thing. Did you watch the race last night?
Pieces of it, because I was doing my show. It got started so late. Well, I mean, it was 5.5 hour delay, but yeah, I did tune into some of it.
Well, I watched the first part, and then the big wreck happened in was at lap 15, and that was a disaster. And I heard the one guy talking about maybe it shouldn't have happened, but they're bump drafting, and there's a bit of a science to that. I don't recall. I was on a race team with Frank Kimmel, based out of Clarksville, Indiana, here in the ARCA series, and I learned a little bit, not a whole lot, but you know, there's a big science to the way they set the car up, the way they push, bump draft, and all that other jazz. But that wreck was atrocious. But during that time frame that they were off the air because of the weather, they showed us the making of Days of Thunder, and it was about an hour-long program. I thought that was fantastic. Did you get to see that?
That I did not. No, sir.
Well, here's what I learned. That whole movie was the brainchild of Tom Cruise. He got involved in some exposure to NASCAR, and Tom Cruise brought people together to write the script. It was pretty amazing to watch the making of that whole movie, and some of the old drivers that was involved in it. I can't even, Benny Parsons and Dale Earnhardt, and go on and on and on. But if you get a chance to watch that, they had a fancy name for it, the Golden Hour, I think they called it. That was pretty fantastic. If that's out there available on YouTube or something else, one of those other opportunities.
I'll
That's
try
worth
to
the
dig
time.
that up. Yeah, it sounds interesting.
I enjoyed getting to talk to Chris and listen to Chris on Friday. So hopefully he gets a chance to follow up on our discussion on the CNG vehicles and all that jazz. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, he seemed fairly interested in that. Yep, and that might be something they can work on. So.
Well, it's an opportunity, I believe, and if he reaches out to Larry Roberts from R&L and a few of the other things, I believe in supporting brand loyalty. And I'll tell you what, everywhere I go, I look for Hot Shot Secrets. I see it at Menards, a lot of other places than what I hear you talking about. I'm kind of surprised to see it in some of those spots, but I've had people ask me about, hey, did you try that stuff? Yep, well, sure have. And when I'm sitting there holding the bottle, I kind of do that on purpose because there'll be somebody walk up and ask me about it. That's kind of cool. And I see them advertising on a lot of different mediums anymore. If I go to the Weather Channel, I see them advertising on there here locally.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with their television. I know that they're on like the Two Guys Garage, and they're on some of the the auto shows and whatnot, those sort of programs. And I think the footprint is growing, I guess would be the term. The footprint of advertising.
Absolutely. I'm sure their marketing team is very busy, and I'm going to use the term very aggressive, as they should be.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of as they were talking, a good American success story.
Well, Larry, I'm glad you had a good weekend. We get settled back and get back to the old grind. I guess it's going to be a real fun afternoon, late Monday and Monday night into Tuesday morning, if we indeed get what the models are showing. It's going to be ugly. And when it comes to things like parking lots and I don't know, what's the protocol? If you know you got heavy snow coming, if you throw salt and kind of treat the parking lot before the heavy stuff arrives, then you just come in with the plow and kind of pretty much push all that salt off. I don't know. I think in many cases they let the snow start piling up, and you get 3 or 4 inches down. Then you maybe start hitting it with the plow and try to treat a little bit. But I can tell you this much: we're going to be looking at a lot of different road restrictions as this storm makes its way up into the Northeast. Now, someone sent me a link out of New Jersey. If I could flip the page over here, and New Jersey Department of Transportation Commissioner has issued a commercial vehicle travel restriction on multiple interstate highways in New Jersey starting 8 a.m. this morning, based on the forecast of freezing rain and sleet. Wintry weather expected to begin Monday morning, particularly in central and northern Jersey. Continuing throughout the day, difficult driving conditions. Travel restrictions are being coordinated with neighboring states. In addition to the commercial restrictions, all motorists are strongly encouraged to stay off the roads Monday. Now, the commercial vehicle travel restrictions will be in place for the entire length of the following highways in both directions. I-78 from the Pennsylvania border to I-95, New Jersey Turnpike. I-80 from the PA border to I-95. I-280 from I-80 to I-95. Then I-287 from New Jersey Route 440 to the New York State border. New Jersey Route 440 from the Outer Bridge crossing to I-287. It simply says commercial vehicle travel restrictions. Yeah, I thought, okay, what about Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania has become notorious for implementing restrictions on commercial vehicles anytime you get wintry weather. And so I pulled it up at this point in time, in response to the wintry weather, potential for icy conditions, road restrictions are in place. At this point, they have started Tier 1 restrictions on some roadways as the storm approaches, but effective 6 p.m. Monday, 6 o'clock the Monday evening, vehicle restrictions are planned for the following roadways. That's Tier 1. I-70 from the West Virginia border to the PA Turnpike, 76. PA Turnpike main line in both directions from the Breezewood interchange to the Ohio border. The entire length of I-79. I-80 from I-99 to the Ohio border. The entire length of the following interstates, 86, 90, 279, 376, and the entire length of Interstate 579. And it gets kind of confusing, right? What is Tier 1 restrictions? That's the ones we've seen thus far. I don't think we've had anything above Tier 1 restrictions, so it's kind of limited, but yeah, tractors without trailers, so there's no bobtails allowed. Tractors that are towing unloaded or lightly loaded, enclosed trailers, open trailers, or tank trailers. Now, that's the one that left me kind of scratching my head to say, what is a lightly loaded enclosed trailer? That's all subject to interpretation, isn't it? Anyway, tractors towing unloaded or slightly loaded tandem trailers, enclosed cargo delivery trucks that meet the definition of a commercial motor vehicle, any vehicle, car, SUV, pickup, anything towing a trailer, recreational vehicles or motor homes, and school buses, commercial buses, motor coaches that are not carrying chains or some sort of alternate traction device. So this winter weather event currently affects many major routes to western Pennsylvania. All these things are going to probably be subject to change. They could go from Tier 1 to Tier 2. I guess it all depends on how ugly things get over there in parts of Pennsylvania. All right, with that, we've got open lines. Things wide open here as we roll into a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. We return with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, where'd we leave off there? Big story as we get the new week started. Yeah, Old Man Winter. And anybody keep track of the names given these storms by the Weather Channel? They've been doing this for, I don't know, a half dozen years now. And they're like the only ones that actually use the name. I've never heard any other outlet use these winter storm names. But this one is Uri. They're up to the letter U already. Snow, damaging ice from deep in the south through the Midwest to the Northeast as we get the new week underway here. Now, this winter storm being spurred by a big jet stream disturbance. Then you got a low pressure system spreading moisture into record-breaking cold air that's now entrenched across the central portions of the country. That bitter cold way down into central and southern Texas even. Now, as we head into the early hours of this Monday morning, the snow and ice spreading eastward from Texas and Oklahoma to as far east as the western Gulf Coast areas, the lower Mississippi Valley, the Ohio Valley, the southern Great Lakes. Yeah, we're talking like the entire state of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas were at one point under winter storm warnings this past afternoon. Western Texas, those warnings have been dropped off now. But central and eastern Texas, you're still under winter storm warnings. And those winter storm warnings stretch to Louisiana, Arkansas, most of Mississippi, western and north central portions of Alabama, most of Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, all the way up to western PA and most of New York State. A good majority. It's that southeastern portion of New York where they're probably going to see some mixing in, a little sleet and freezing rain. So as we progress on through the day, Monday, snow may be heavy at times, stretching from eastern Texas into parts of northern Louisiana, Arkansas, the mid-Mississippi, the Ohio valleys. The freezing rain and sleet's going to be a concern. Areas east of the areas of snow from southern and central Louisiana to the Tennessee Valley and on up into the central Appalachians. We know what the ice does. Very dangerous travel. Enough ice to damage trees, knock out power. By Monday night, later on tonight, this mess of snow, freezing rain, and sleet is all the way up into the northeast, continuing from the Ohio Valley southward into the Tennessee Valley, where we could see some really significant icing to the north and west of I-95. From southeastern Pennsylvania into northern New Jersey, southeastern New York, and parts of southern New England. It'll be Tuesday before this thing finishes up in the northeast. Snow and ice expected from parts of upstate New York into western and northern New England, where we'll see some additional rain along the I-95 corridor from Boston on down toward Philadelphia. So the questions as far as how much are we talking about? Well, given the wealth of cold air that's in place, at least 5 to 8 inches from parts of central and eastern Texas, northeastward through northern Louisiana, the lower Mississippi and Ohio valleys, some localized totals topping 8 inches are expected. That includes places like even Dallas-Fort Worth, which could easily pick up several inches of snow. This would likely be the first snowfall at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport with an inch or more of snow since back in 2015. They don't see significant snows very often there in Dallas. Further to the northeast, most areas from Ohio into western and northern Pennsylvania, upstate New York, we're talking 5 inches or more, up to a foot of snow. In places like Cleveland, Syracuse, New York, Burlington, Vermont. There are some areas where they're depicting 12 to 18 inches. Areas from north of Albany to on up to almost up to Burlington, Vermont. That's a zone that's expecting some very heavy accumulations. And then the probability of ice of a tenth of an inch or greater, which stretches literally from much of Massachusetts, southeastern New York, down through southeastern Pennsylvania, the Philadelphia areas in the mix there, Charleston, West Virginia, on down to areas, just to the east of Nashville, Tennessee. Slight chance you could see a tenth of an inch or more even in Nashville. Then on down into northwestern portions of Alabama, west central portions of Mississippi, all the way down into nearly Lake Charles, Louisiana. There's going to be a lot of icing in the mix with this storm. And some of those areas along the line in the heart of the ice scenario are talking up to as much as possibly 3/4 of an inch of ice accumulations. I think maybe by the time we get back in here for our Monday night, Tuesday morning show, we may be looking at some of these power outage numbers. Massive power outages. Going back over the weekend where we had another system that brought the ice scenario, power outages approached 1 million Saturday. More than 800,000 customers, Oregon, Virginia, North Carolina, some of the hardest hit states in terms of power outages. As of midday Saturday, more than 400,000 were without power as ice brought down power lines in Virginia and North Carolina. That path of snow extended from the westernmost parts of Washington and Oregon all the way down into New Mexico and Texas, and then back to the Northeast, all the way up into Michigan. Big cross-country storm. Record snowfall totals were observed in both Seattle and Portland Saturday. Seattle picked up 8.9 inches of snow with this system. They tied the record for the 12th snowiest day on record. As of Sunday evening, 237,000 customers still without power in Oregon. Salem, Oregon declared a state of emergency that started Saturday, and they tell us remains in effect for 7 days. The southernmost part of Wyoming also picked up snow in the double digits, even hitting 50, that's right, 50 inches at Sugarloaf Campground, wherever that is in Wyoming. 50 inches, are you kidding me? Now, while the snow spreads across the country, ice began to coat the roads in Nashville. The Nashville Fire Department sent multiple resources to a multi-vehicle accident involved on I-24 Saturday. Sunday, an accident between multiple semi-trucks and passenger vehicles turned fiery on the Turner Turnpike. We talked about that one earlier in Oklahoma. According to the Oklahoman, that involved several semis and at least 6 cars, several people transported to the hospitals there. And even deep into the southwestern portions of the country, Las Vegas picked up their fair share of severe weather Saturday. The National Weather Service reporting winds hit 73 miles per hour in northern Las Vegas. I mean, we're talking just shy of a Category 1 hurricane strength winds. They warned people to stay inside, drivers moving through to remain on alert. There was a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of that county. This system has brought a little bit of everything across the country, and there's more where that came from. Thunder snow has actually been reported in the mix this past evening. I believe in parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas, a little bit of lightning detected in the mix with the heavy snow. All right, about 17 before the hour. Hey, good morning, Big Sexy. What do you say?
Well, I say it's pretty warm outside, you know. I mean, you know, this storm there just brought me nothing but hot weather. We're running around that bearskin bikini.
Now, where are you finding
what
that?
What do you say up there?
Where are you finding that kind of weather, Big Sexy? Where the heck are you? Like in southern Florida or something?
No, I'm out here in Texas, by golly.
Texas?
I just carried on. You got
it's freezing in Texas. Yeah, right. I mean, hell, they're talking 0 degrees. I mean, 12 below possibly in some areas.
Well, I'm at 4 degrees right now.
4. Wow.
For a good while yesterday, it held at about 17. Was supposed to be at 26 out here in San Angelo, and I never seen over 17. And it finally just started coming right down before 5 o'clock to the 8 and 9 degree and 5 inches of snow and about a 3/8 inch layer of ice out here.
Oh boy.
Yep. Sure messing up my retail business.
It's a messy mess, no doubt about it. I was watching some of the Weather Channel coverage yesterday, and it was almost midday, and it was like 1 degree in Dallas. 1 on the plus side. That was it.
Yeah, they had a lot of 1 and 2 degree there. That's it. And I don't know. I didn't get a final report there last night. I was waiting on the guy to call me back that lives there south of Fort Worth. I think he had 5 inches of snow when I talked to him. at 4 o'clock this time yesterday morning, and he had 4 inches of snow there then.
Wow.
But it's been disastrous. But luckily we hadn't had, I hadn't had the power outages out here. We've had some other problems around. People, I guess, besides poisoning water in Florida, they contaminated our whole water supply here with naphthalene, benzene, and something else they found in there. But they say to be prepared. That may be a lot of that going on with all this mess. Not weather mess, political mess.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah, that darn wet weather. I guess it's finally heading south a little bit. It's finally peeling out of here, isn't it?
Out of Texas, yeah.
What was your latest report?
Yeah,
I missed it.
right now it's more like
right.
Yeah, it's more like let me scroll on down. It's still snowing from Dallas to Waco to Austin, San Antonio. Looks like the snows are off to the east now. Houston, where you had the freezing rain earlier, it looks like you're getting some regular old snow there now. But yeah, Abilene to San Angelo and all area from there west, it's all cleared out. The snow is off to the east now. So.
Yeah, we're back west of it. It's been sliding more to the east, southeast there. I remember back there, let's see, it's an 88, I guess, 87. Might have been about 86. 14 inches of snow in San Antonio, Texas.
That's a lot. That's a lot of snow for Texas.
Bizarre.
No doubt.
Yeah. That 14 inches of San Antonio is a lot of snow. But you talking about that thunder snow? I like the cold, and boy, I love it when it thunder snows. I think that's just great. See the lightning and the thunder and the snow. That's just something amazing.
I've only got to experience that.
How's everything been
once.
over?
I've only experienced that I think 2 times in my life. One was when we were living down in Northwest Georgia there, the blizzard of '93. And with the thunder snow, big old snowflakes. I mean, just, we're talking 2-3 inches an hour was coming down that particular night. It was incredible.
Yeah, what was it? The blizzard 90, or big snowstorm and ice storm there in '93, and there wasn't it another one in '95, '94? It was pretty bad over in western PA, Ohio, and all down through there. Yeah, those two was pretty rough actually through the east side there. Yeah, I've seen a little of that. That's pretty phenomenal. I like it. I think it's something different. I'll be glad when it kind of passes out. I really like cold weather, but I don't like this mess like this. It's just too many people get too trapped up, and they've been rolling, the electricity deal, and people freaking out and don't know what to do. It ain't toilet paper they're trying to buy this time.
Yep. I mean, so are you hearing all the advice?
On your side of
they're telling everybody down there to conserve energy. Is that what you're hearing, like on your local reports and all that? Please conserve your energy consumption and all that.
Oh yeah, they've been sending out notices for the even on your phones and everything, just to cut back on, especially after 2 o'clock in the evening up to 8, and try to cut back all you can. And after 8 o'clock, as soon as you get through, try not to cook with nothing but a microwave or like an Instapot.
Yep.
And be done with it. Just cut thermostats way back. They just been putting a lot of notices out about it, and I hadn't heard really any real bad complaints from anybody yet. But of course, I'm not on Facebook or none of that anymore. Don't believe in the social media. So, it's just luck by luck I found you because I watch a lot of YouTube and back and forth, and our dear old friend Demon told me that you was up and rolling, and I thought, I better check this out.
Yep.
Hadn't heard from him in a few days. He might be off out there in snow country gambling with the midget men or something.
He checked in earlier. He's down in He's trying to get to Florida, but he was down there where it's kind of an icy mix. I think he was in northern Mississippi, where he was stopped out there, and they're getting the freezing rain and stuff. So I don't know if he's going to get out of there anytime soon or not.
No, he thought he'd go down there with fair weather drivers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what he's thinking, but that didn't work out too good for him, did it?
He's trying to get down to Florida where it's nice and warm, and he can get on Facebook and start sending us pictures of the palm trees and all that crap, making fun of us.
Yeah. Trying to make, that's him. He wants to live down there with fair weather people. How's everything else going up there on your end of the world?
Doing all right. Yep. Trying to stay busy.
How's the rest of the gang? I hadn't heard from them. How's the rest of the gang doing?
The kids and all, the grandkids, everybody doing fine. Yep.
Good. Well, I mean, all I got to do is open your page. I can tell you're doing fine, so we don't have to do anything else about that.
Mm-hmm.
How about that other bunch out there? You ever heard from Pepper, anybody?
Who's that?
Pepper or Q-Ball, any of them?
No, I'm pretty sure Pepper listens, but he never calls the show. Q-Ball, and now there's more than one Q-Ball. We have the Q-Ball from Wisconsin that does chime in, but the Q-Ball from the cruises, he doesn't call in. I see him on Facebook and whatnot, but I see.
Yeah, that's the only one I know is the only Oregon cue ball, the one that looks like a cue ball when you take his hat off.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah. I hadn't heard from him in a good while.
I know he did post.
Well, I just wanted to harass you.
He posted something on social media last week about time to go to the hospital and see what's going on with the ticker. That's about all he said. So I don't know if he was having problems or pain or what, but I hope everything's okay.
Yeah. We hope everything's okay there.
All right.
Steve, I won't keep you long here. I'll just going to check in with you and holler. I won't get into the business side of anything today.
Hey, well, good to hear from you, Big Sexy. That's right. Well, yeah, try to find a place to stay warm down there. Even it's kind of funny to be saying that to people in Texas, right? Stay warm. I imagine they've probably been talking about this on the west of the Rockies line, if you know what I'm talking about. But link to the story, which says the Pentagon has admitted to holding and testing wreckage from UFO crashes in a bombshell Freedom of Information letter that was shared with The Sun. Researcher Anthony Broglia wrote to the Defense Intelligence Agency requesting details of, quote, all UFO material which they hold and results of any test that they had been carrying out on said material. That could include physical debris recovered by personnel of the Department of Defense as residue, flotsam, shot-off material, crashed material from unidentified aerial phenomenon or UFOs. In the response shared with The Sun, the DIA, Defense, they actually released 154 pages of test results, including reports of a mysterious memory metal, as they called it. Memory metal? I'm familiar with memory foam, but memory metal called nitinol, which actually remembers its original shape when folded. To which he said, this is a rather stunning admission from the U.S. government, and the documents reveal some of the retrieved debris possesses, quote, extraordinary capabilities, including the potential to make things invisible or even slow down the speed of light. He told The Sun, the Pentagon has admitted to holding and testing anomalous debris from UFOs. They've been able to learn some things about the materials of construction which hold tremendous promise as futuristic materials, which will change our lives forever, he says. He said he made the request in 2017, and it took 3 years for the DIA to fulfill the request after it was revealed that the Pentagon had indeed been studying UFOs under the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The article mentioned that anomalous debris from what they now call UAPs rather than UFOs, that's unidentified aerial phenomenon, was actually being analyzed by a private defense contractor. That's pretty bizarre, but they don't give a whole lot of detail. What is this stuff? And where did the so-called unidentified aerial phenomena actually come from is what we all want to know. Is this alien in nature? Something to make you think. All right, today will be the last day for the latest stop of OOIDA Spirit of the American Trucker, the tour trailer, where they've been in Laredo. It's kind of funny that John Osborne probably thought, well, I'll be moving. I'm going to stay deep down in the South where it's nice and warm. It ain't warm in Laredo this morning, is it? John's been there the last couple of days, and I would imagine the truck stops probably packed out. I think truck stops in Texas have got to be loaded because of all the snow and nasty wintry weather that's been falling there. But at the Travel Centers of America in Laredo, it's exit, the Beltway Park at exit off I-35, exit number 13. Today will be the final day. That's a pretty big truck stop because they've got parking for 336 tractor trailers. The Country Pride full-service restaurant was temporarily closed, but right now is open for limited seating, according to the website. All right, let's see. Now, Texas was one of those that had the face mask to be worn by anyone in a business or other public indoor space and all that good stuff, but on top of that, city leaders declared a weekend curfew that actually ends today, February the 15th. They had the hours of 6 p.m. to 5 a.m. for all social activities not occurring at a business. But it's okay. After all this time, that'll finally be ending today. Stop by and see John with the Spirit of the American Trucker if you're passing through that region or looking for something, a warm meal on a cold, wintry day. Yes, even in the deep southern Texas. Okay, we'll wrap things up here on a Monday morning. Thanks for helping us out. Hope your week's off to a good start. We'll come back, and I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about as far as weather is concerned, because by this time, the midnight hour tonight, the snow's really going to be piling up. We'll have some totals for some areas. We'll have the breakdown how much more will be coming for others. And, of course, right on the heels of this big winter storm to start the week, there's going to be another following almost an identical path from the Pacific Northwest deep into the south. More snow for Texas, Oklahoma, and then on up to the Northeast later this week. What appears to be a wild, crazy weather week on the horizon. And one more tidbit while we're underway here. Don't forget to go to overnightdriveradio.com. I haven't mentioned our giveaway this week. This is going to be week number 4 for the grand prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo. Runner-up prize, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. We'll tell you more about that in the coming nights. But you go to the Overnight Drive radio page, and you can register now as another week is officially underway. This is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.